Welcome. Hello. This is Mudding with BEAGS episode. This is Mudding with BEAGS Live episode 8. Hello. Alrighty. Let's see. Hold on a second. I'm having audio feedback here. Let's see. That might be it. Let's see. Hold on. Get my act together here. You know I don't know what I'm doing. There it is. I found the bug. I got the problem resolved. Not a problem. And we got Osby in the house running shotgun tonight. Right next to me. Hey, Oz.
How you doing?
Oh, pretty good. A little tired. Been working all day. Been putting some vinyl siding up today. But I'm ready to go. I've got my coffee in hand, and we'll see what kind of goodies we can get into. Welcome, Hippie Shake, Nye Hearts, the Fairies. I saw y'all in here. I don't know who else is in here. We'll load it up as we go. We ain't gonna worry about that. It's only a numbers game. Nobody cares about the numbers. We're just here to do a little mudding. And as usual, Oz is going to be riding shotgun, and if you have any questions, please put them in the chat, and Oz will put them in the private chat, and every now and then I'll go and I'll look and check it, and we'll try to answer any questions. There are no stupid questions. There are definitely stupid people. I have run into quite a few of them lately, so we can definitely pinpoint that issue. But please, if you have any questions, put them in the chat. I'd love to try to answer them. I have some of the answers. I don't have all the answers. And we're going to do a little bit of all kinds of things tonight. I've got a hodgepodge of stuff I've put together this week. So I don't know where it's all going to go, but we'll see. As Oz knows, I was throwing things together at the last minute, undecided things. So, but I'm ready to go. So let's get into it and go mudding. Like I said, got any questions, put them in the chat. And we're going to first off go mudding. And in the process of that, all the images that you look at tonight are going to be, they are loaded on into the description. So you'll be able to go and look for yourself. And you'll be able to go do your own mudding if you so choose. And I'm going to make sure we're up and going here. Give it a second. Hello, Chan Yan. Hello, Sholand42. Jay, hello. Thank you. I can only see that this stupid screen only lets me see. Hi, Ken Rotman. This screen only lets me see a few at a time, so that's why it's hard to. I've got two screens here, so anyways, enough of that mess. Let's go and make sure we're full screen. Yes. Okay. And we are at we don't want to do that. We are at 364th 5th Avenue West 35th Street. I'm assuming this is New York City. I don't have that information, but it looks like New York and it sounds like New York, and I'm going with New York. This image isn't as clear as I normally like, but that right there is probably pavement light. That's hard to tell, so I can't confirm it. This is an older photo. It looks maybe 20s, 30s. I'm not sure. In there somewhere. These big arches here. Those are probably wind. Yeah. See how that wind is open right there? That's a wind catcher, and that is part of the system. Matter of fact, let me. Hey, Hippie, do me a favor. Go and find Future of the Past, most recent video, I believe, where she's talking about wind catchers. If you can't find it, I'll find it later. But please post her video in the chat, because she is the first person other than myself that's in the Mudflood research community that has talked about wind catchers. So I was excited to see somebody else, jumping on board and putting in their 2 cents. So I want to give a shout out to Future to Past, because I like her anyway. She's smart cookie, and good people. So if you can find that, cool. If you can't, let me know and I'll find it later. I've got the link, and I can get it. But yeah, let's shout her out because she's on the wind catchers. But anyways, that's part of the wind catcher system right there. Sorry, this photo is not as clear as I normally like. Tourist field. I've been working really hard this past week, and I've had a issue with my knee. My knee had decided to give me hell, so I've been wearing a damn knee brace for a week, and it's just aggravating, hard to get around. But anyways, I'm getting better with it. Anyways, this picture is boring me. Got 1864 Nashville, Tennessee, rail yard and depot with locomotives. Okay, let's see. Got the old steam engines here. That is an oldie right there. Got the wood cart. Check that train out. That is super cool. Looks like it's burning wood. It's really interesting to me how these things work. I think there's a whole bunch of these things. See that big lantern on the front. Those are really cool. Oh, there's a bunch of these things. Well, when I pick these pictures out of my collection, I spend about 2 seconds grabbing pictures. I have such a big collection. I just grab something that looks cool, just on a quick look, and I throw it in. High decay, the CA. I'm not saying that right. You know what I'm saying. Hi, OG Scotty. Hi, Derby. Hope you're feeling good this week. Y'all send some love and light to Derby, because he's having a lot of medical issues, and he could use some love and light. And that love and light, that's a real thing. You just think in your consciousness, love and light. Send it towards Derby, and he will feel that. And the more people that send it, the more he'll feel. That thing's gotten busted up here. It's got a Moorish look to it. That's interesting. Got Boss Man back here making Boss Man plans. These look like Union soldiers, maybe, right back here. This is Nashville. Okay. This thing looks like a castle. Look how the roof is falling in right here. That's interesting. And that looks like, that's really odd, but I think they've poured dirt on top of this thing. Yeah, that is really odd. They've got dirt up here, and look up here, you got the same thing. That's dirt. Got castle-like turrets on this thing. It's like a castle wall. I wonder if this is considered what's called a back shop. If you know what a back shop is. A back shop, in case you don't know, and I might have a little something coming up tonight on back shops, but if I can't remember what I loaded. But back shop is where you had the roundhouses, and the roundhouses was where you did the general maintenance, but like the daily, they had to do a 1 day, about a day's worth of maintenance on these things each time they ran. So for every 24 hours, basically, you had to run it for, through the service center for 24 hours. Maybe it didn't take 24 hours, but you're down a day. For every day you work, you're down a day. But the back shop was where they took the trains when they needed to be really overhauled. Like they really needed to do some work on them, and they were beside the roundhouses. Not that you care. I have no idea. 1905, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, from Mount Washington. Just take it in. And that is considered right there a viaduct. Okay. You see how you have the building down here, and this is a raised platform. And same thing over here. The building is below the thing. Okay. And what they'll do is what they want you to think is that they're trying to connect roads together. So the idea being, and what it looks like when you're on the road, is that this road over here is connecting to this road over here. But in reality, what they're doing is they're raising the road level so you don't see the mud flood level, and then they try to level the grade of the entire city with the viaducts. So Pittsburgh needs to be looked at as a possible viaduct city. I don't know if that one's on my list to look at or not. Old chimney. This is not a chimney. I don't know what those things were. Train cars. There's right there is Fred. Fred's always on the job. And in case you didn't know, if you're unaware and uninformed, that is Fred. Fred is the horse that built America. And that's just the way it is. And Fred, he's got clones. And what Fred does is Fred brings in all the bricks and all the steel and all the materials and brings it in and builds America. And yes, he had help by these damn trains. We know that. It goes without saying. I probably should preface it every time I say that, because there are people out there that have peanut-sized heads and they can't get past the fact of the joke. It's a joke, morons. Anyways, most of you know. Everybody loves Fred. I think people basically come and listen to this for Fred because, Fred's so cool. That could be a flat earth asterisk, but I can't tell for sure. Lower leaf of control. Got a cartouche here. I don't know if it's scrubbed or unscrubbed. Got you a paddle wheel boat. Packet. Okay. Look at that bank right there. Or is that a mud flow? You have to wonder. Look at that wall right there with big arches. What are the arches for? Why do you need the arches there? There's the what they're calling ground level right in there. Okay, you can see it over here. They're calling that ground level. What's this business? Is that Chuck E. Cheese? Soon come Chuck E. Cheese. And what is that? Is that a horse being pulled by a trolley being pulled by a horse? Horse being pulled by a trolley. Oh my goodness. That's a weird roof right there. That's sketchy right there. That's very strange. Look at that big arch. Oh goodness. Sorry, I'm getting lost. Okay. Let's get over here. Look at something else. See what we can see. I guess, I don't know. I have been to Pittsburgh and it was very beautiful when I was there, but they say at one time you couldn't see a hand in front of your face. Look at that old smokestack. Ain't a smokestack. I wish I knew what those were. But they say that the smog was so bad it's just ridiculous. I remember we went to some clubs that were down in the warehouse district, and they opened up. But during the day, they were warehouses in some of them, and in other warehouses, they were clubs. So during the day, they would, be like businesses, and during the, they're like whatever kind of business. And then at night, they'd be clubs. I just thought it was cool. Kind of a neat way to do it. There's Mudflood windows in case you need those. There's Fred, a clone of Fred right there. Let's see. More clone of Freds. That big, this is in 19. God, that's in 1905. What do y'all need that in Pittsburgh in 1905 for? I mean, it's already complete. They're not building that. It's already done. Look, it's got smoke coming out the top. Ether antenna. What do y'all need? I'm not putting Pittsburgh. What do you need this for? What are you doing with that? I mean, that don't make no sense. That's a wind catcher right there. Ether finial. Look at that. It's kind of weird, right? Look at the power lines going up there. Look at that monstrosity. A big bear right there. See, this possibly could be the input, or I would say this would be the input to the wind catcher, and this would be the output. So you always have an input and you always have an output, and you also always have regulators. So the windows, the portholes in the windows would be the regulators. That'd be how you decide how much ventilation you want. And see, back in the day, look at that. It almost looks like they're shooting fire out the top there, but they're not. See, this is a horseshit, chimney stack we put on there. Same here. That's something we added. That is too. I don't know about this big one here. That might be old school. There's a wind catcher right there. And I think wind catchers were just, very standard way to move the air and keep temperatures good. A lot going on in this picture. Got their antennas right here and here and over here and here. Okay. All right. I guess that's about enough of that. 1910 French Opera House in New Orleans. However you say it. King Dodo. Okay. Are they talking about Biden? King Dodo. Painter. Okay. Marbling. Okay. That's big right there. I think we added these fire escapes. Got your Taurus field right here. Got you an arc light right here. Something's broke off here. I wonder if this is before or after the Great New Orleans fires. The old light, jeez. These are very tall doors. That's probably a good, 12 to 15 foot door. That's a big door. It might be considered a Florida Relay right there. There's a flat earth asterisk in case you need that. That's a symbol for flat earth. You got your horizontal representing your flat plane, and your vertical representing your north and south pole, and your X representing your Taurus field. In case you were wondering. And I'm going to move on. And we got 1921 to 1922 Detroit electric car at the State War and Navy Building in Washington, D.C. So Tesla, chomp on that. Why are we only getting electric cars now? I wonder. And this War and Navy building, I mean, this thing is just absolute insanity. This thing is like, that's a giant's house. This ain't a good picture of that building. I'm telling you right now, I really was more wanting to show this car off, but I've got better pictures of this building. This building is just incredible. It's just incredible. I mean, all the business going on that. I mean, we probably added these stairs right here. I don't know. I didn't. That building's just ridiculous. You don't need that to be banging up and causing war. A health magazine is bound under the pavement. The workmen are obstructing the natural light. Now, this is a test. Okay, I'm testing you. If there's workmen, okay, these is workmen, okay, and they're obstructing natural light, what are they talking about, y'all? Think about that. Anybody can figure it out. You win a woof. Anyone? Bueller? Anyone? Bueller? If you got workers sitting on their ass and they're blocking natural light, what are they talking about? You want me to get it bigger for you? Does that help you? Anyone? What are they blocking? What are they doing? What's the problem here? Oh, this is MUDDIN 101. I know y'all can get this. This is an easy one. There you go, Jay. Glass sidewalk. That is prism pavement glass sidewalk. That's vaulted glass right there. That's pavement light right there. They're sitting their asses on pavement light. And the caption says, a health magazine is bound under the pavement. That means that there is a magazine that is being put together underneath this sidewalk in the vault area or in the basement. And it says the workmen are obstructing the natural light into the magazine manufacturer place. Okay. So see, it says the Hudson Press book and job printing, binding and mail linotype composition in basement. Okay. Well, this pavement light is putting the light into that business in the basement. How you like them apples? You got Boss Man. Got your clock. Hats cleaned and blocked. I don't know what blocked means. I don't know. Hello, Aussie and I. The popular price men's shop. So anyways, that's that. This isn't a very good picture. This is just something I found in my plan this week. This is 2nd Avenue and 34th Street and 32nd Street to Manhattan. So it's in New York. And it's just, it looks like they're constructing the L, the upper, subway line, the elevated train. I just thought that it was a neat picture just from the construction standpoint. Something kind of different. It's not a very good picture, but it kind of shows you a little something. So anyways, there you go. That's April 1910, Chinatown. After a shooting, the Port Arthur Tea House at 9 Mott Street in New York's Chinatown during the Tong Wars between the Hip Singhs and Ong Leongs. Okay. So basically the Chinamen were having a Mexican standoff. And that's China Boss Man. Okay. And this right here, this area that's raised up, if you'll notice, it gets smaller and smaller. See? And what that is they're leveling the ground because this ground is, they've got the mud flow here. That's mud flow. Okay. And they raise that ground. Now that's a trap door right there. And a lot of times, and there probably is pavement light right here, but you can't see it because of the angle in the image and all that mess. I think these fire hydrants are old world. It's got that light. Let's see. And something I've noticed about Chinatowns is they're always extremely ornate. There's a flat earth asterisk right there. You got your vertical, your horizontal, and your X. That's a very, very ornate flat earth asterisk. And it's incredible how many times they'll use that symbol in different ways. It's incredible. You got you there's torus fields right there, and you got your arcs. So like a magnetic arc. So maybe it, as you walk in and out of here, or the air goes in and out the window, whatever. Maybe it charges that. Maybe it charges you. I don't know. That, I believe, is a swastika right there. A little hard to tell, but I think that's a swastika. It's kind of cool. Not one I've seen before. And if you don't realize it yet from your studies, then you will eventually. That swastika actually was a good symbol at one point. It's a very important symbol. And yeah, some, dickhead decided to use it and ruin it for everybody. But it's actually a good symbol. And I imagine one day we'll get it back. When we get over that, dummy, we'll get the symbol back because it is an important symbol. And you see it all over the place in old architecture. Okay. Got some kind of underground stuff going right here. See how that railing? That lets you know that there's some kind of underground. Yeah, that's a wind catcher there. Let's see. Got crappy awnings. I think that's about all I can find in that one. April 1941. Kitchenettes. Apartments on South Parkway, Chicago, Illinois. Let's see. Diamond symbology. There's those ball thingies. That's a technical term in case you didn't know. We do very technical terms here. That reminds me of the Teo right there. So a cross with a circle on top. Just an idea. Urn. That's an architectural urn. Does it have a giant inside? I doubt it. But, that is a theory. Here's the thing. If that does have a giant in it, okay, somebody just go grab one and break it open and find out if there's ashes in it. I mean, maybe there is. It's time to start breaking shit, y'all. If we got to go dig something up, go dig it up. I mean, they ain't gonna let us know. They're not gonna tell us just because we think, just because we're on to them, don't mean they're gonna be like, oh, okay, well, we got to tell them what these are now. No, go break one of them things open. Got entrance to underground right there, so that's Mudflood. Windows on ground level. Look at this weird business here. I don't know what's up with that. Let's see. This is right here. This is called a coin. This design right here is called a coin with a Q. There's the circle symbol. I don't know what you call that. It's just you see this very often. This just circle. I'm not sure what it stands for. I don't know if those are scrubbed or unscrubbed. They look like unscrubbed cartouches, but it's not clear enough. It's a very pretty building if you really look at it. I don't know what that is. It's kind of weird. And this one is vanilla skied. See how it's just nothing behind it? Nothing. Whole bunch of nothing. We got Baltimore, Maryland, 1917. Union Station showing Charles Street and Jones Falls. Okie dokie. I guess we're on top of a building. We got some sort of ornamentation here. Oh, that's a weird symbol. Let's see. That's weird. Okay, you got a vertical or horizontal. That's weird. It's almost a flat Earth asterisk, but it's kind of not. It kind of is and it kind of ain't, because this line here is off. And this line here is a little bit off. That's kind of weird. I don't know. Very odd. Check out those old carriages. So with the Michelin Man. That's odd. Okay. Studebaker. Yeast. I used to know a girl that her last name was Yost. I always thought that was a weird name. Arches, big old arches within arches. Moore's arches. Wind catcher up here. Ether antenna. Something big back there. Train cars back here. More trains. Smokestacks that ain't smokestacks. There's a wind catcher. It's a train viaduct. Now, a train viaduct and a street viaduct are technically the same thing. But I'm not interested in the train viaducts except for the fact that they are old world and in their construction. What I'm interested in is the viaducts as said such right here that looks to be a viaduct. Now, why I'm interested in these is that they use the viaducts in order to raise the ground level to even out, because the mud flows were dramatic and they were really annoying to drive up and down on. And so they tried to level out the grade. And what they would do is they would come in from outside the city, and then they would run around with like stuff like trains, and they would like use kind of the borders, like trains was one where they would dig down to where the train level was and use that as a level to bring across the road. And then they would, use other things like hills and things like that in order to bring in from the outskirts the viaduct. See, this is a viaduct. Okay. See all that hollowness? And then it goes into the city. Okay. You got this dirt right here. This is where it gets, you want to get boots on the ground, get in this building right here and get down in the basement. See what's down there. How many levels does that go down? I bet it goes down 2 levels right there. Just a guess, but I mean, if you really want to get, your boots dirty, that's the kind of stuff that we need. At some point, we're going to have to knock on doors and say, hey, let us in. We know you're holding, we know you're holding the evidence of Mudflood. We want in. We're here by official orders. We as experts. Check this building out. I mean, how much you want to bet that building goes down in the ground? It goes down another 2 stories right there. I bet it does. And see, this kind of building, this is a lot easier to get into, and you just put on a construction outfit. They won't ask you a damn thing. And just walk around. But that's probably going down there. The ether antennas on the top of this thing. All right, moving on. I think you get the point. And if you don't, come back later. We got Boston, Massachusetts, circa 1906. Boston Harbor and waterfront. I just thought you might like to see some big ships. I've got a lot of pictures of stuff. I don't normally show the ships too much because we're focused more on the Mudflood. There's Fred, in case anybody was wondering where the hell Fred was. There's clone of Fred. Okay, and Fred changes colors. Just don't get all ninny picky about that, because Fred he's a kaleidoscope of colors. He can be any damn color he wants to. He might change right in front of your eyes. Check out that sucker. What's going on there? Kind of interesting. All these tall ship beams. Let's see. What's that thing? That's weird. You know, it'd be interesting. You know, you got this big hill up here. It'd be interesting to get down the ground and look at the mud flow and see if this is maybe the hill that the mud came from. Be interesting. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I've got my own mud flood theory about how I be thinking it happened, and you can go watch that video. I've got the long and drawn out painful version that goes into, you know, a lot of detail and a lot of rambling, and it's basically my way of, you know, getting rid of the separating the wheat from the chaff. If you can make it through that video, then you're a serious researcher. If you can't, you just a whining in and get the hell on. And then I got the quick version, which is a animation that Oz Beast, who's sitting shotgun with me tonight, made up, and we put that together to do a quick version, and that's for the people with attention deficit disorder that can't sit still more than 5 seconds. And that's my mud flood theory in 1 minute. Well, 59 seconds. See, I saved you a second there. Check out them tall ships. But you know, I'm continuing to do research on this. Check those ships out. I think they're cool. I got a lot of pictures of this stuff. I actually have a video I want to do on the ships, just for something different. I've even got the music ready for it and everything. And I guess that puts me to talking about there's a bunch of clonifrids right there. In case you're wondering what's going on with them. I had I put out a video this week, and it was up for about 12 hours, and it passed. It passed through a video check. It passed through, you know, alone, and it passed all the audio. I used like 5 or 6 songs. Every song passed individually, and then I did a test with the audio and video together as the actual video, and it passed. So it was cool. It went through no problem. Everything was good to go. But the subject was the opioid epidemic, and after 12 hours, YouTube blocked the entire video. They removed it. The sons of bitches. So I put it up on BitChute and Odyssey. I got channels there where I post the things that YouTube decides is, you know, unworthy of your time. So I appreciate you go check that out. I think we need to kind of look in the darkness a little bit and see some of the things that are going on in our world, because I think we turn a blind eye to things that we don't want to see, because the world can be an ugly place, but sometimes I think we need to look. Boston, Massachusetts, circa 1906, Washington Street. And what I'm gonna look and find, gonna find Fred. Fred is the horse that built America. Yep. That looks like it could be pavement light. Yep, that's pavement light right there. There's more right there. It's hard to tell, but it is. That could be some right there. Anyways, let's move on. Look at all these crappy awnings. I mean, who's making all these crappy awnings? This is cool how this wall goes in and out. That's neat. I like that. Let's see, going up. Check at that like the green lady. I don't know what that is. It's hard to see. Those are wild looking crappy awnings. See, that's facade right there. See all that? It's a brick building with facade. Everything's brick. Brick. Who, you know, I don't care who built the buildings. You tell me who made all these bricks. Who manufactured all these bricks in the time frame they say they were manufactured, and then you got some. Who cares who built them? It don't even matter. Until you can tell me who built the bricks, who made the bricks, you ain't got nothing. Look into bricks. See how hard it is to make bricks. It ain't as easy as you think, especially back in the day. Check out that sucker. I'm not sure what it is, but it's got wings. Looks mean. Let's get down here. That's butter hat boss man right there. Ladies in uniform. There's a black lady. How about tip your hat to the black lady? They don't get much photographic time back in the day. That's a pretty old car. They didn't give them much. They didn't get on camera as much as the fancy white folk here. So I always try to give them a hat tip. There's a scrubbed cartouche. Excuse me. There we go. At the finial, at their antenna there. Long time ago, back when I was, 18 years old, and I moved out on my own and got my first place, got my first apartment. My first roommate, and we were roommates for about 7 years, and she was the best roommate I ever had. She was a friend of mine from high school, and we both, on the same day, decided we needed to get an apartment, and we just happened to end up at the same party the night that I was deciding I was moving, into my apartment. I was okay. I'm decided I'm gonna move away, and I'm gonna go get me an apartment. But that's really expensive, and I didn't make a lot of money. And anyways, we ended up at the same party, and we had been friends for years. And I was saying, hey, her name was Beverly. I said, Bev, I called her Bev, but I said, Bev, I'm looking apartment. And she's like, where are you looking? I said, I'm looking over here at this area of this place. She said, oh, I am too. I'm looking for me an apartment. You want to get an apartment together? I'm like, hell, that sounds like a good idea. So me and Bev, we got an apartment together. And Bev lived her own life. I rarely saw her. There wasn't no hanky-panky going on. We were just good friends. And, in case you don't know, I'm white as snow. Okay. But Beverly, she was black as night. And she was one of the best friends I ever had. And she really, I really got to understand a lot about black culture and black people, colored people, whatever you want to call them. But they were, her and her family were really good people. And so that, I don't know, it's a little, I don't know if you care, but that's a little back history on old BEAGS. But yeah, I called her, had a nickname for her, Bumblebee, because she had a big old bumble butt. There's a clone of Fred right there. That's pavement light right there. That's a bunch of pavement light. But anyways, and this dude's just hanging out the window. This window would be considered a wind catcher right here. Part of the ventilation. It's how they would open and close and ventilate the building to control the regulation of the air. There's a fleur-de-lis, which is a symbol for flat earth, I believe. Phoenician wave. Can't tell what that symbol is. No, but I don't know. That was my first years of living on my own. And yeah, she was a good roommate. She was rarely home. She had a thing for long-haired white boys, which I was a short-haired white boy, so that was not on the books. There was no. There was nothing there. Trust me. But this reminds me of the fasciste right here. But she liked long-haired white boys. But I remember one time. That's a Phoenician shell. Sub rosa means keep your damn mouth shut. What's said here stays here. Taurus field. Look at that cornice. Oh, they got your antenna going up here. But no, anyway, I always had parties at the apartment. And she was rarely home. She would. Who knows what Beverly did? I don't even know, because she she would stay gone. Like that was just her thing. And basically it was my place, you know, and then she'd come in, you know, whenever she'd come and go whenever the hell she damn well pleased. But it was like, well, I don't know. We just lived very different lives, but I was always having parties, you know, that was my thing. There's a lion, Tartarian lion. But one time she decided to have a party. And I said, she said, hey, I want to have a party. I said, well, okay, that sounds good. You know, that took the pressure off me to have a party, you know, because I was having a party all the time. I don't know if you ever thrown a party. When you throw a party, people expect you to, you know, to provide, you know, the entertainment, the drinks, it's like you got to, I don't know, you don't have as much fun, I think. But I don't know. Maybe that's just my opinion. After antennas, Phoenician shells. Anyway, she had a party one time, and all these long-haired white boys showed up because, like I said, her thing was long-haired white boys. And so she had all her friends over there, and of course my friends showed up too. But it was definitely her party. And anyways, they were getting rowdy, and now these boys were metalheads. They like metal music, and she actually hung out with some very popular bands. She was very, very good friends with the guys in Corrosion of Conformity, which were the opening act for Metallica for a long time. This is Calumet, Michigan in 1906 copper mining. This is a hoisting engine tarmac number 5 shaft. I have no idea what that means, but I saw this and I thought this is a really cool machine for 1906. But anyways, these fellas were drinking, you know, liquor, hard liquor, and that is a cool staircase. And they were just getting rowdy, which is fine, but you know, when they start climbing onto it was a 2-story townhouse, and they climbed onto the shed, and then from the shed they climbed onto the roof, and then they were on top of the roof setting off fireworks, drunkard hell, drinking Jack Daniels. And I said, Bev, you got to get them off the roof. Somebody gonna fall. And she said, yeah, you're right. And so she said, y'all come down from there right now. And them boys, they started coming down, and one of them idiots slipped and fell from the 2nd-story roof and landed on top of my damn picnic table, my wood picnic table, and it was an octagon picnic table, went right through my damn picnic table and broke his damn pelvis right there on my damn picnic table. So I lost my picnic table. But anyways, that was the last time. That was the first time and last time she had a party. I think she partied out at that point. But we always thought that was funny. That boy falling off that roof and onto and breaking the table. I don't know why I'm telling this story. I don't know what that machine is, but it looks cool. If you know what it is, if you understand it, good. Church at Post Alexandria, and then it says VSK Alexandria. Woo! I have no idea. That must be some Norwegian stuff right there. I just saw this picture. I just thought it was cool. I don't know. That thing is just cool looking. That's just beautiful architecture. Not the best picture in the world. I just thought it was cool. Anyways, Cincinnati, Ohio, 1906, main entrance to Eden Park. And I mean, just look at that thing. I mean, that's supposed to be a train viaduct right here, I believe, or that might be the road. This, I don't know, maybe it's the train and the tram, or so. I don't know what the hell's going on here. This is the tram, obviously, the trolley up here. But just, you know, you got Torres fields here. But this construction is just, it's just massive. I just think, I mean, what in the world? I don't know. I don't know. I saw this. I was like, good grief. I just thought it was cool. 1899 in Toledo, Ohio. This is the produce exchange. Yeah, because when I think of corn and radishes, I think of this. Anyways, whatever. There's Fred. Fred's the horse that built America. In case you're unaware and uninformed. There's Boss Man. Boss Man's on the job. Da, da, da. I don't know why everybody's standing out here. It's interesting. Taurus field. Let's see. Phoenician shell. Da, da, da. This one's been vanilla skied. In case you like to see that. Diamond symbology. I don't know what all these people are doing. There's Clonifred back there. Look at that arch right there. Good grief. Look at the size of that door. They knocked it down. There's a pavement light right there and there and there. Bricks sitting in the road for some reason. There's another Clonifred. That's pavement light right there and there. Another Clonifred, another Clonifred, another Clonifred, another Clonifred. Let's see. It's a weird symbol. Huh. It reminds me of the compass and square for some reason. I don't know. Okay, got I-878 on the date, the produce exchange. I just don't think of this kind of building when I think about carrots. I just don't. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Big old door, but it could have been much bigger than that. There's a pavement light right there, and we got an underground drop-in right here. Stairs going down. More pavement light, more pavement light. In case you're unaware and uninformed about what pavement light is, I've done quite a few documentaries on pavement light. Pavement light is glass sidewalks that allow light into the basement and sub-basement levels of buildings in order to light the basements. And they are also, in my humble opinion, a cover-up for the mud flood. I believe that this, what they did was they came in here and they dug out this entire area here. They built a retaining wall right here, and then they built what are called vaults. And this area under the sidewalk is called vault, or the vaulted area, or areaway. And over the areaway, close to the building, or even all the way to the end of the sidewalk, they would put in pavement light. And then the pavement light in the later days would have had prisms, and the prisms would have, at a 90-degree angle, would have taken the light and shine it back into the building, not just underneath the down. Originally, they didn't have the prisms, but they very quickly realized that they needed to put prisms on them to get the light to go underneath. Anyways, I've done documentaries on them. I highly suggest watching them. Because, well, it explains it. Anywho, you got 1900 Buffalo, New York Creek and elevators near foot of Main Street. Okay, so we got train tracks. Stuff being dug out here. Old worn out old. Something's been beat up here and taken apart. Looks to me. Look at all that lumber. Those are big boards. Seems like they had a lot of these in Buffalo for some reason. I don't know the reason for that, but it's interesting. Tugboats. There's Fred. Fred's the horse that built America, in case you were unaware and uninformed. And what else can we find? These grain elevator buildings are so weird. I wonder what they look like inside. Maybe an ether antenna? I don't know. Huh. Let's see. There's a big boy right there. Cupola wind catcher. There's a wind catcher. Strength purity. We got 1901 cluster of skyscrapers in New York City. Builder, carpenter, contractors. Blah, blah, blah. Two-toning of the brick there. There's pavement light right there. Coal hole and another coal hole. What a coal hole is, they would take that top off, and the coal man, there's another coal hole right there, and that looks like one with pavement glass in it. They did have those. There's more pavement light right there and there. And yes, you see these look different than these. The reason is there were different brands, and there were different manufacturers of these things. They made different kinds. They had some that were in concrete, some that were in metal. They had different shapes. They had some had designs in them. I mean, they had all kinds of crazy things. Some were square, some were round. There was all different kinds. So that's why sometimes they won't always look the same. So just because you've seen one kind, that's why in my videos about pavement light, I show a shit ton of them. And I mean a shit ton. And I got more to show you. But that's why there's so many pictures, in my videos of that, because there's so many different kinds. And as they aged, they got different. They would change. Scrub cartouche, porthole there and there. Scrub cartouche. That is wicked. Looks like a 4 with the 4 lines. Venetian shell. Looks antiquiteki up here. Venetian shell. And they're, I don't know if you've caught on, but they're constructing on this building over here. Or they're refurbishing it. I don't know. I don't know what building this is. They're working on the facade here. Possibly. No, no, I think this is the brick. Or maybe this. This is kind of close to the top. Maybe they're. I don't know. Maybe they're changing the top of this building. I don't know. It's hard to tell. I don't know. 1901. Could be anything before 1945 is suspect to me. Now I have my reasons for that, but as you do this research, I want you to keep that in mind. To anything that was supposedly built before 1945, to take an extra look at it, an extra look at the histories, an extra look at the construction, an extra look at everything. And I think if you will do that, as time goes on and you're researching this, that you will find anomalies, as I do. I find many anomalies that are pre-1945. So just take that, with a grain of salt and see what you find. Maybe you find something different. Maybe you don't agree with that, and that's okay. Opinions is like tail holes. Everybody's got one. That's mine. And it's okay to have a difference of opinion. That's okay. Where the problem is when we shut down and we don't take the time to hear the other person out, and then we just close our ears and say, no, that's not right. No, shut the hell up. You're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. You can't. We don't want to hear from you. No. We don't accept alternative thoughts here. No. That's when you got a problem. When you question someone and they delete your comments because you ask a question, that person's bullshit. Take note of that right there. Now, if you're being an asshole and you get your ass deleted, well, you know what happened there. But if you ask a legit question and a person just shuts you down, they won't even give you the time of day, then they're not being legit. They can't answer the question. So they have to shut you down. They can't even get in a debate with the question. Because as soon as you get in a debate with them, they're going to look like a retard. And that's not saying nothing bad. There ain't nothing wrong with retards. There's something wrong with people that say something that's not true and then won't let you challenge them on it. There's where your problem lies. That's really what a retard is. It's a person that's can't back up what they're saying, but then they act like you don't know what the hell you're talking about. That's a retard. I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm just rambling. But I think you get the point. Pretty sure. 1905, payday at the shipyard. Newport News, Virginia. So everybody wants their paycheck. Boss man. Okay, there's an outcropping door, so that means the door was bigger once. But I bet that was a window just like this one, and they made that a door. And the door was probably below this. I bet that's a Mudflood building. Can't prove it. I'm just saying. It's just an opinion. Just an opinion. It's like that movie, The Core, and when they're talking about what's in the center of the earth, and they're like, well, we don't know. Maybe it's, Swiss cheese, and the guy's like, that's what science is it's best guess, and I think that's a lot of what we have to deal with here with Mudflood, because we don't have a lot of the answers. And see how high the grade is up here where this trolley is? And look how low this building is. That's interesting. Check out those big old vents. That's what Mudflood is. It's best guess. And there's nothing wrong with speculation. I like speculation. I like hearing people's speculative comments, what they think. And I love them saying, well, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? Or do you think this could be, or that could be? Or what if you tweak this or tweak that? Or look at this. That's weird. What if you look at it this way? You look at it from this angle. Look at it from that angle. I like that. Our retaining wall here is interesting. But yeah, that speculations. Oh yeah, that right there is Vanilla Sky, by the way. 1906, continuing our tour of the Derby City, courthouse and Thomas Jefferson statue, Louisville, Kentucky. The building, which took over 20 years to complete, was called a monstrosity. Okay. Monstrosity. I wonder why they call that a monstrosity, because, I mean, that's like not even the biggest building, by far that I've seen. It's a weird thing right there. I don't know. Who knows? It's all facaded, so you get underneath that to be brick. I mean, look at this thing. This is 1906, and look how haggard this building is. This thing looks like it's been beat to hell. Just absolute beat to death. Interesting. Is that the is that a Templar cross right there? Got a fasciste right there. That's straight up a fasciste right there. No question. 100%. That's very interesting. Got you a bell, angels with swords. Some dickhead with a scroll. Excuse my French. Da, 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 da. Phoenician shells. This building just don't look right. It almost looks like it's been stripped. Like they've stripped off stuff. Who's that supposed to be? Thomas Jefferson or something? I don't know. I don't know who that is. Oh, there's Fred, in case you're wondering where Fred was. That's Fred. Ain't he pretty? There's old arches there. Some big old building back here. Okay, moving on. 1906 YMCA building, Detroit. You know, I don't remember who had this speculation. It's one of the comments I had a while back, and they were saying that they thought that maybe the YMCA and the women's this is the YWCA, but there's the YMCA too. But they were speculating that those buildings, the YMCA and the YWCA, were used as I don't know how did they put it. They were thinking they were used as like hotels, but like kind of like extended stay America, kind of like extended stay hotels for like the more elite, not the elite, but like the kind of the management level people that were going around to these cities, that they would put them up in these facilities prior to when they would say, hey, go to what's the city, go to Detroit and you stay in the YWCA and you're in charge of setting up this building or this area or this whatever, this organization, that you this is so that you can have a place to stay while you're getting this new Mudflood area set up. And then later on they turn these into what we know them as today. But these had rooms that you could stay in, and they had swim pools and athletic areas and things like that. That's not my idea. Excuse me. That is someone else's idea, and I just thought it was interesting. So I thought I'd share it. And if I'm telling your idea, say, hey, that's my idea. Hey, man, that's my idea. I said that. Because then you did, because I didn't say that. I'm just repeating. I'm not even sure if I repeated that right. That's what I took from it. This is a telecommunications tower right here, and it's got the lines trunked off of it, in case you're wondering what that is. Ether fencing right there. Anywho, got Mudflood windows right there. Got Mr. Plumbing, woman in uniform. Got man selling apples, it looks like. Got a trolley with overhead electric. Got a porthole as part of a wind catcher. Phoenician wave right there. Ether finial, blah, blah, blah. Got your coin right here. That's Boss Man. I got a date there. I can't read it. Sorry. Got an unscrubbed cartouche. I can't see what's on it though. See, we would have added this horseshit signage and banged this into this, stonework here. Of course, it's brick. Everything's brick. Brick, 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 brick. Diamond symbology, more diamond symbology. It's a very nice building. And there's that circle symbol again. That might be another arch window back there. Anywho, oh, what we got here? Let's see. I can't see it too good. Okay. Got an inside of a store here, Detroit, 1910. Pickard Gas Company. Store interior with gaslight fixtures and Garland Agency display of stoves. Okay. I'll go with it. An old radiator. I believe radiators are old world. There's another radiator and another radiator. Look at all those old galvanized buckets there. I guess those would be tin buckets. I don't know if they had I wonder when they came up with galvanizing. And something about stores back then, how they displayed things is different too. They had a different way of doing it. Look at that quality of whatever that is. I mean, I guess they're saying these are stoves. Those things look like they just, shoot. Look like they'd last forever. Look at, jeez. How in the world they have such quality back then? I mean, this, I'm sorry, but you think of what store you going to go into this immaculate? Just everything perfect. I mean, dude, that dude's proud of what he's doing. Probably because he stole a store and everything in it, but I mean, still. He keeps it well dusted. I don't know. It's just a different world. Creepy dude in the corner. Add screeching sound here. Look at these lights. I believe these are part of Antiquitech. This is not wood. This is metal. It's sheet metal that they would put up here. And I think this is old world. That's my opinion now. But I think these had something to do with the free energy. Maybe containment. I've even speculated. I don't think I've ever said this, but why not? If you think back, you had the leaded paints. And everything was lead paint. And now, then they found out lead paint's bad. It starts chipping off. And, the kids eat it, and that's a problem. But, the thing is that, what if, I'm speculating here, spitballing, shooting in the dark here. What if lead paint had something to do with the free energy system? What if it helped contain or magnify or broadcast, help with the free energy system? What if, and I've also speculated the same thing with, I think asbestos products are old world too. And then later on, the paint started chipping off, and we didn't know no better. And that's when we started eating it. And that's when we started finding out we shouldn't do that. But maybe, back in the day, they knew every so often you had to scrape the paint off and put new paint on, or maybe you had to put a coat over it or something like. Maybe they knew something more back in the day. Maybe they taught their children not to eat the paint. I don't know. It's just interesting. Look, here's the thing. If we came to these buildings and we stole these buildings, right? You would think that they were painted. I mean, why would they not be? So if they were painted, what were they painted with? Were they painted with non-lead paint? And then we came in and painted them with lead paint, and then soon thereafter they started chipping, and that's when we found out. Or were they painted with lead paint before we got them, and then we didn't paint them because they didn't need to be painted, and then they started chipping, and we found out they were bad for us. I don't know. I'm speculating. I don't have any proof for this. I don't have any evidence for this. I Heart Fairies is talking about lead blocks radiation. Good point. I mean, maybe that's got something to do with it. You know, there's been the speculation about the radiation in the stoves. I don't know, just something to think about. This is a facade on Alwyn Court, 174 to 182 West 58th Street, and 911 through 917 7th Avenue in Manhattan. I've got 3 images of this building, and I just thought this thing was, whoa. I don't know, man. It's a dragon, diamond symbology right here. Got fleur-de-lis right here. Oh gosh, I mean, where do you start? I mean, what in the world, man? Diamond symbology. I mean, that is a wedding cake right there. That's what I call a wedding cake. When it's just so over the top, diamond symbology, as above, so below right there. When it's so above the top, it's not even funny. That's what I call a wedding cake. It could be a fleur-de-lis. Not too sure, but could be. Venetian shell right there. Scrubbed cartouche right there. Taurus field. Could be fleur-de-lis. Unscrubbed cartouche here. Unscrubbed cartouche here. That looks like it has 4 fleur-de-lis in it. That looks like it could have a I don't know. I was gonna say crescent moon, but I'm not sure. I don't know. That's it. Who the hell knows, man? We need to find the book of symbols from the old world. We need somebody that's gonna find that to like cough that up, because you know there has to be a manual or something how to read this stuff. Look at the juxtaposition between this building and this building. Does that even make any sense? I don't know. Let's go to the next one. I'm not sure if there's a whole lot of difference between these 2 images. They are different images. This one's kind of labeled about the same thing. I don't know. They are different images, I believe. But this one is definitely different. It's got the same. Oh, I think I labeled them the same. Dude. Okay. I think it's interesting how they use the V for the U at this time, or in the old world, I think. I mean, this thing's a wedding cake. I ain't no doubt. What? Somebody please show me an architectural blueprint for this thing. Please. Mr. Contractor. I would like a quote on just the facade of this building. You don't have to build a building, just make me the facade. I would like a quote, please. I would like a quote. Mr. Contractor, please, Mr. Contractor, make me a quote. Please give me a quote on it. I can't even look at it. It's too much. Fernando Gamboa, I am butchering that, and Charles Poletti at arrival of the Olmec head to Mexican Pavilion. I think, if me not mistaken, this is at the New York's World's Fair in 39, maybe. I may be off on the date, but that's close. That's close enough. You know what I'm talking about. That's old kid, in case you need old kid. And I love this picture because it just really shows the scale of these suckers. Yeah, does that look like a Mexican to you? No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I don't believe it does. No. What's she got on her plate? Let's see. Not sure. I was a Boy Scout. I was almost an Eagle Scout, and I had to do. I'm trying to remember. I think I had to do the community service part of it, and I just never did it. I just got bored with it. That's the way I remember it. I don't remember there being any more than that. But I was like all into Boy Scouts because I really enjoyed it. I thought it was really cool. I mean, made friends and got to go camping a lot and got to learn things. I was raised by a single mother, so I didn't have that male upbringing, so I was learning a lot of boy stuff, and so that was good. I had a good experience in the Boy Scouts, but I never did get the Eagle badge just because I was, I guess, a lazy jackass. I don't know. Fifth Avenue Theater, 28th Street Facade, 1185 Broadway, Manhattan. And I just thought this thing was incredible. Check that out. Got your swastika right here. Got your trident, got your axe, a spear, tragedy, more swastikas, portholes, Roman numerals, in case anybody can read that. I don't read Roman numerals. It's not my thing. This thing is, look at all the swastikas, man. Good grief. I mean, that thing is like, you can just almost feel the energy coming off that thing. What does that tell you? It's a cool building. Tourist field right there. A hell of a lot going on in this building. Whew. Check that dude out. There's just a lot going on in that building. That's a wedding cake in itself. That's a coin right there. That's weird looking. Scrub cartouches. What we got written here? Anything interesting? Cloaks and suits. That's interesting. How many people were wearing cloaks back then? Is that an eagle, maybe? Hard to tell. Looks like an eagle. The eagle would represent the Phoenix and Mercury. Oh, we got. Oh, let's see if I can read this. Underwood. Maybe London. I don't know. I can't read that too good. Let's see if I can read this. I'm having to look to the side here, so bear with me. I'm trying to read this. I don't know if I can. Okay, what's this down here say? Dixon crossing Niagara below the Great Cantilever Bridge, USA. Copyright 19 or 8. maybe 1805 or not 1805, 1895 or 1905. Hard to tell. I can't really tell. This is a stereoscopic image. And if you don't know, a stereoscopic image is two pictures that are taken from the same exact position at the one right after the other, and they just move the camera just a tiny bit, like just a hair. And the idea being that they could create a kind of a semi-moving photo. I think they had a machine or something that played these things. Look at it right there. Has that guy got like a ring on his feet? Or am I going batty? I don't know. Probably batty. I don't know. I just thought it was cool. And this is okay. Garibaldi Memorial. I'm not a wordsmith. Tompkins Avenue, corner Chestnut and Staten Island. So New York. There, that word. Laurel Leaf Control, Taurus Field. And this is, I mean, I just don't know what is going on here. I don't know. They got a house underneath, encased in, surrounding. I mean, what is going on here? I'm going to ask the question, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Seriously. I don't know. I mean, the way it looks to me, correct me if I'm wrong, is that they're trying to say this house was here and then they built this structure over this house. But I mean, why did you not make it wider so it didn't go through the roof of the overhang here for the porch? I don't know. Some of this craziness, I don't even know. Hester Street between Allen and Orchard Streets, Manhattan. Got the old street vendors. This could be pavement light right here. We have a Mudflood underground right here. These are prism glass right here that are in the stairs. They actually did have them in the stairs. More underground right there. I mean, just look at these stairs going up. Does that look right to you from an architectural standpoint? Let's say I'm going to hire you to architecturally design me a building, and you're going to be the architect. You're going to present this to me as the customer. What do you think the customer's going to say? Seriously. On paper, they're going to see their business looking like this on paper before you build it. You think they're going to be happy about that? Or you think that maybe they're going to be like, hey, dude, I'm going to go get another quote because I think you've gone off your rocker a bit. So I think maybe I'll get another quote from, somebody else, like your competition, because you're crazy. July 25th, 1901, Cadillac Memorial Parade. Detroit, Bicentennial. Let's see, where are we at? Okay, floats. What? An industrial parade. What a weird thing. I don't know. Sorry, I got distracted. Boater hats. Boater hats history is interesting. In case you want something to go down and look at, go some kind of rabbit hole to go down. Fred's right there in the middle of it. There's Clone of Fred's. That's pyramid right here. Those big arches. Look at all these people hanging out windows. That is something you do not see today. Looks like a circumpunct right there. People on the roof. That's something you don't see today either. It's their antenna. That is a moon tower right there. That's the top of the moon tower, and they were arc lights that would light up at night the area below. There's another moon tower right there. Let's see. Guy's on one of those, looks like he's on one of those big bicycles. I don't know. Hard to tell. There's another clone of Fred. There's a whole pack of clone of Freds. There's Wilma. That's Fred's lady friend. They love their parades. It's interesting to me that they had parades going back as far as you can tell. Those are people up on the moon tower right there. They climbed up on the moon tower. There's a scene in the movie Dazed and Confused where they go and they climb up a moon tower. These moon towers are now located in Austin, Texas. The city of Austin bought them from Detroit when Detroit decided to decommission them and stop using them. And that's a porthole. People sitting in the portholes. Very interesting. But yeah, in the movie Dazed and Confused, you can see them climbing up a moon tower. And I would show you the GIF, but it's copyrighted, and sometimes I'm willing to throw a copyright thing up, but when it's something like that, I really, it's not worth it. I pick and choose my battles as you have to. Look at all those children. Jeez, that's a lot of kids. Holy bajoli. Look at them. Good gracious. Look, oh my God, where are all them kids coming from in 1901? Holy crap, it's a lot of kids. Well, there's your orphan kids. I don't know. Speculating. There's those ball thingies, technical term. Sitting on a Taurus. Ball thingy on a Taurus. That's an architectural term right there. Ball thingy on a Taurus. People on the roof. I mean, people just hanging out everywhere. People crazy back then, I'm telling you. I bet that this might have been an obelisk at one time. They might have put this up there on top of this thing, but that might have been an obelisk. They sure added this crap here. Oh, this is something I don't know if gosh, I got some crap. I don't know if I saved this or not, but go look up on the Soldiers and Sailors Monument. You probably have no interest in this, but I find the weirdest things interesting. On the Soldiers and Sailors Monuments, okay, now in your mind, tell me where the four military people do not apply. What are the four? This is for civilians. What are the four groups of the military? I don't know how you say it. The four divisions of the military. Okay, you got them in your head? Now, going back to the Soldiers and Sailors Monuments, they always have four figures representing the four branches of the military. Now, what I'm going to tell you is interesting is that those four branches of the military that are represented on the Soldiers and Sailors Monuments are not the four branches of military that we have today. Go look into that. I could give you the answer, but it's funner if you go look it up yourself. Just something interesting I learned this week. I never thought about it. I mean, sometimes you hear things that doesn't register until you hear it right. And I just heard that, and it really registered. I was like, oh, that's interesting. Didn't know that. So it's like, you add these little bullets to your chamber, and you put it in your ammo belt. Got some construction here. Interesting. So anyways, go look up that. And we got 1935 Newark Passenger Station, Pennsylvania Railroad. I've been having a lot of people ask me for more interior pictures, so I've been trying to add more interior pictures. Um, that's interesting right there that you got vents below the seats. Why do you have vents below the seats? That's odd. Wonder what's below the seats. There's a flat earth asterisk. Maybe it's kind of Templar crossy with a circumpunct in the middle. Oh, there's a clock with the 1V. How about that? For all the Mandela people. An eagle representing the Phoenix and Mercury. And look at this. This is like a lopped off fasciste. So there's a lot more going on in this picture than you thought. Check that out. You know what that is. Looks like a better view right there. I'm not sure what that is. And then we got a zodiac going across the I guess they're trying to say this is a globe, but if you ignore the globe earth bullshit, and you got your zodiac and you just take it for what it is, it's interesting. So that's very interesting. Venetian wave here. There's more zodiac. And check that out. Does that all look like a giant on a ship? I don't know what it is. I'm just saying it looks interesting. Plane and a moon. It's kind of weird, right? I don't know. Weird roof or ceiling. Excuse me. Ceiling. The two Utes. And we got Lexington Avenue, 66th and 67th Streets. And this isn't high-res pics, but I just thought this was a cool building. Mudflood all the way around, obviously. Just a pretty building. Kind of a Moorish look to it there. At their antenna, at their fencing up here on top. Got portholes here and here. These little ones are probably portholes also. These square ones. Portholes don't have to be round, is my point. And look, we would have modified this here. And then we got, let's check this, whatever the hell this is. I mean, what is going on here? I don't even know. Not sure. This is man leaning on Newell, on the Newell at the base of the Bethesda Terrace staircase, 1862. And ain't he something? He's just dandy as hell, ain't he? Like a bird basket with eggs. Got a flat earth asterisk here. That one's got different flowers in it. Another flower with asterisks. Got something in his hand. Not sure what it says there. I just thought it was kind of a neat picture. Moving on. New York, 1912, 5th Avenue, south from 36th Street. And just look how, I mean, good grief. Look at how well dressed they are. I mean, really? Seriously. That's prism glass that shoots light back into the building. And anytime you see prism glass, it's a good idea to look down. Obviously, you can't see in this picture, but, you know, look down for the pavement light because they were sold by the same companies. Tours Fields. At their antenna up there. Another one up here with a flag hanging off of it. Da, 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 da. And there's Fred. Fred's Horse Built America. There's Wilma. That's Fred's lady friend. That's Prism Glass as well, right here and here. I think it's a scrubbed cartouche. These right here. Diamond symbology. That's part of the wind catcher. Those opening windows there. Well, that's just the window so I can get some fresh air. Well, yes, but it's more than that. It's a part of a wind catcher system that we're too stupid to figure out how to use now. Well, actually, we knew how to use them back then. We just the climate changed and we got too damn hot and too damn cold, so we didn't want to use them. So we came up with HVAC. But these are part of the old wind catcher system. This is how they regulated the air, the fresh air mainly. I think they had more temperate climate that was just nicer. I don't think it was, I don't think it was the perfect 72 point whatever the fuck is, temperature, but I think that the temperature was nice. I mean, I like a cold day and, here and there. You know what I mean? So, I mean, a lot of people are like, I don't like cold. I like cold. So, but I mean, I don't like 30 degrees. I like cool weather. So, I mean, if every day, imagine waking up and every day is perfect. I don't know. I think that kind of sucks. That's just my opinion. I want a little bit of cold weather. I want some warm weather. I don't like hot weather. I can't stand hot weather. I live in the South. We got humidity. If y'all ain't got humidity, you don't know. You don't know. Like you Texas folk, you don't know. I've been in Texas. Y'all had 120 degree weather. I'm like, this ain't bad at all. This is okay. I can deal with this heat. Because all they've got to get it in the shade or put on a hat. You're good to go. You ain't got no problem. Now you get, man, it could be 70 degrees here with 95% humidity and you're sweating balls. Torres Field, architectural urn, ether antenna. But no, if you ain't got humidity or don't have high humidity, you don't know. You ain't got no problems. Trust me. But humidity, I mean, it ain't the heat that kills you. It's that humidity. It'll just take you out. You can't hardly breathe. Scrub cartouche. Look at that thing. Good grief. Pyramid symbology. Onion dome. Ether fencing. Ether antennas. Ether finials. Ether antenna up there. Top hats every freaking where. Okay, moving on. We got, let's see, this is, what is this? Brooklyn Williamsburg Bridge Plaza. All right. And I thought this, I mean, is that statue not just way bigger than it should be? I don't know. It just seemed like ridiculous to me. I don't know. It seemed like it wasn't the size statue that should be for people our size. That was just my opinion of it when I saw it. It's not a great picture, but it just struck me. I mean, look, this is the people here. This is us. This is the midget people, us. We're the little people. We're the little people in a giant's world. Old Post Office, Broadway, and Park Road, Manhattan. And I've got better pictures of this building, but this one's just a little closer up, and I just thought it was cool. I mean, you got this thing going on here. I don't know what the hell's going on there. And Mr. Contractor, I'd like to get a quote on a building like this, please. Have that on my desk as soon as you possibly can. Might be the end of your life before you get it done. Poor hole, poor hole, poor hole, poor hole. I mean, look at that wedding cake looking thing up there. Good grief. Fred built that. at the fencing. Oh, I had a comment this week, and it wasn't to me. It was somebody that was talking, making their comments, and somebody was like asking them, "What do you mean by old world?" I'm like, "Oh Lord, here it goes." Well, where do you want me to start? Good grief! I mean, oh gosh, that question's like, okay, buddy, you got a long night coming. I mean, I tell you. This is public bath entrance, 538 East 11th Street, Ave, Manhattan, New York. I guess this is the public tail hole washing facility. Got your trapdoor underground right there, outcropping that we would have made these to make the door smaller. You got your flat earth asterisks right there, there, and there. I believe this is a Phoenician symbol here, this doodad here. I don't know what you call it, but I believe it is. There's a scrubbed cartouche, old world etherlite there and there. And that might be about all I can see. I just thought it was a neat picture. Oh, wait, go back. There's a wind catcher window. See, I missed stuff too. Tenement, Scott's Barbershop in basement, 334 to 336 West 53rd Street, 8th Avenue through 9th Avenue, Manhattan. That's New York City for all you country folk. And we've got a barbershop below ground, so let's put our barbershop below ground where there's less light in a time of, no electric light to get our hair cut, so we can have less light when we get our hair cut with a barber with scissors and a razor, because remember, that's where they got their shaves back then, because that makes sense. Another underground here, and we're going to put our first floor up here. We're not actually going to put the whole floor below ground. We're not going to put the whole first floor, one floor above ground. We're just going to kind of call it halvesies, because that makes sense. I mean, seriously, that's a coin. That's a scrubbed cartouche. I mean, good grief. Really? That's an L right there. That's the elevated train. Arched windows. Anyways, that's about, I think, okay. I've gotten to the end of the, I've got to the end of my pictures there. Whew, okay, so I tell you what, let's take a break, and I'll go to the little Beagles room, and I'm gonna play you one of my oldies but goodies, and when we come back, we'll see what else we can get into. This one's called "You Soul in a Crop Circle." Let's see.
me, I'm gonna hurt you so. But you're the one who always saved me from tears. You and me, I wanna love you so.
Okay, we is back. Oz, how you doing? I'm checking out the comments here. Let's see. We got DECA, Deca. I'm not sure how you pronounce that. Anyways, I'm gonna call you Deca. Look into his story, how railroad properties have changed ownership for $1. That's interesting. That's very interesting. I'll have to look into that. I have a lot of interest in how the property was given out in the beginning, and by the King of England. I find that topic very interesting. Deca also says, find old forestry maps and look for all the old railroad tracks. That's interesting. That's a good idea. Quiescence, it may be warmer on the glass. Not sure what you're asking there. Quiescence, the diazo process requires sunlight brightness. I think I'm missing something there.
Sometimes that was about the workers that were sitting on the pavement light.
Okay, it may be warmer on the glass. Huh. Okay. Yeah, that's possible. Yeah. Okay. Decca's, has anybody looked into underground Chinatowns? Yes, I have. But I'm going to tell you right now, yes, the Chinatowns had, okay, look, it's not the Chinatowns, it's the whole city. Okay. What it is that they try this trick where they say, hey, there's undergrounds in the Chinatown and they dug tunnels. No. It's not tunnels. It's the areaways, the vaults that are in front of the buildings that they dug out. The same area they put the pavement glass over. They dug those out in order to get, I believe, to get the windows and doors out of them. The point is that for some reason in the Chinatowns, they like to say, hey, look, the Chinese built undergrounds. But if you look into it deeper, you'll find it's actually all over the city. So Chinatowns are kind of a red herring. It's like, yes, they're there, but you need to look further. It doesn't stop just in the Chinatowns. So you got to understand, they've blocked up these tunnels. They've closed them off. So, and people won't let you get into their buildings. And so you don't know what's down there. You don't know how they connect anymore. So, yes is the answer. But it's, what I'm saying is look deeper because there's more. Armed in the AK, I like the name of their underground Chinatowns in Seattle, Portland, and San Francisco, if I recall correctly. Yes, absolutely. Q-Essence might be more about ion flow than wind flow, low flow, heavy charge. Okay, Q-Essence have to recharge the Aether. Somehow it doesn't recharge itself fast enough. Okay, good point. Deca says, interest things in underground Chinatown in Victoria, British Columbia. Okay. Hippie Shakes, question for stuff bigger. Do you have any photographs of tech on ships? You know, I don't that I know of, but I do look for that because I have seen the tech on ships. Everything I've found has already been found so far. So the answer is yes and no. But I do look for that. That's why I have a collection of ship pictures, which one day I'll release. They're just not my focus. Unless I find tech on the ship, then I'll be releasing. I think it's QSS. I think it's all about piezo harmonic luminescence. Meditate on that term. All right, we'll do. KCK Man 52 says St. Elmo's fire. Okay. Rick Henry, Spokane, Washington, USA has some Tartarian buildings. I'm sure it does. Okay. They're not pretty much, if it was built before 1945, take a look around. Deca, been lucky to do a lot of traveling, went through the Panama Canal, all that Tartarian. I think there's something to that, most definitely. Heart Fairies 82, I'm wondering about vault lighting versus bank vaults. What was in the bank vault before the money? You know, I've thought about that same thing. I don't know. I mean, I know of quite a few Tartarian style buildings, old world buildings that have bank vaults that are in the basement. Now, the story goes that they put the bank vaults in the basement, but I just that dog don't hunt. But what they were putting in there, I mean, I don't think they used cash. You know, I think fiat money is some horseshit we came up with. But, I mean, who's to say they didn't keep, you know, gold? I mean, that would be a reasonable thing. You know, gold bars. I mean, I could see it being reasonable to keep gold bars in there. I mean, we know they weren't keeping diamonds in there. That's some horseshit we came up with. In case you ain't figured out yet, horseshit. Diamonds are horse shit. Okay. The value is bullshit. Okay. Look into that. QSense says, I have a question, Biggs. Do you have a collection of these lenses? The answer is no. Either talking about prism glass or pavement lights. I do not. If anybody'd like to send me one, I would gladly take it. But the truth is that they are very expensive. One glass prism is going for $150 on eBay now. One glass prism block is going for $150. So no, I don't have any. And they're really hard to find. So if you find them, and if you see these things, I would suggest finding the money to purchase them, because they are becoming very rare and very valuable. Okay, I heart fairies. I have away crazy theories now. I've made myself a good soup of theories. Yeah. Armed AK, critical thought is a great thing. Yes, it is. That's a big bell. Armed in AK. Galvanization was invented in 1836. Thank you for that. That's very interesting. So those buckets we were looking at were galvanized, and that makes sense. I Heart Fairies, they must have had radium. Yeah, I think they did. I think they did have the mercury and I don't know what musovium is. I am not a scientist or a chemist. I don't know what that is. Sholin 42. Maybe back in the day it wasn't all fake, just most all fake. Oz, do you know what they're talking about there? Maybe back in the day it wasn't all fake. I'm not sure.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not. It just so you know, guys, and this goes for everywhere you're commenting. You have to be. I know you think you're clear when you're asking comments, but a lot of times what makes sense to you doesn't make sense to the people you're commenting to, and then it kind of leaves us in a position where we're kind of like scratching our heads. We want to answer your questions, but we don't know how, because we can't understand the question. And a lot of times, matter of fact, Oz, I think last week I was asking you about a couple questions I had from comments where I was like, I don't know what they're asking. Can you help me, decipher what they're saying? And you came up with the same thing I did. And we were both scratching our heads. So anyways, choose your words carefully about how, because sometimes it is very difficult to understand what you're asking. Armed and AK, I wondered what they would charge to build the same thing today. Me too. I've been asking Mr. Contractor for quotes, so I don't know. He hadn't got back to me yet. Decus, those are 10 molded ceiling panels. See a lot of this in farming community, old towns. I'm not sure if they were 10. They might have been 10. I'm not sure. I've got catalogs with them. I think they're labeled as. I think you could get them in different substances or different materials. They might have been tin or sheet metal, or might even been galvanized in cases. I have catalogs with these things in them. So I might have to find one of those and dig it up, see if I can find out what they say they were made of. I used to know. I can't remember everything. Armed and AK Olmecs definitely look African. Absolutely. Hippie shakes. I was the girl. I was in the Girl Guides. I believe that's the United Kingdom's version of the Girl Scouts, which I highly suggest the Girl Scouts as well. I think it's a great thing. Although I think a lot of the crap that they make the girls do is a lot different than what they let the boys do. And they should change it to where the girls get to do the same thing the boys get to do, because I think they would enjoy it. And, that's just my opinion. But anyways, Morgan's asking, some of the old world buildings are privately owned and they will not let them tear them down until they die. That's probably true. Armed and AK, the amount of labor it must have taken to build these structures is amazing. Yeah. Deca, the question is, what came first, the electric motor or the light bulb? I think the electric motor. I think the electric motor is probably old world. I believe the turbines that, for example, that are used in the creation of the electricity, I believe that those are old world. I don't believe that Nikola Tesla came up with those. I believe they're old world. I think they're attributed to Tesla. Armed and AK in the older building, sometimes it was common for the street level to rise with development. Street level to rise with development. That is a loaded question. That's a hard question to answer without looking at a specific location. These people sure avoided the sun. Mary Jane. That is a good point. I have speculated myself that the original founders, that the people that came in were came from underground, that we went underground when the shit hit the fan, and that's how we survived whatever was done, and that we were underground for a while, and that if you stay out of the sun for a good bit of time, you come out in the sun, it'll burn you. So ask an albino. Armed and AK, those vents would be great for AC and heat. Yeah. Talking about that train station, I don't remember what year that was, and that is a good point. That's a real good point. Then you got a question of, where is the AC and the heat coming from underneath there? So that would lead me to wonder if there's a basement level below there. And, I don't know. It's like you look at one thing and it leads to another. So it's like, I see a vent and I wonder what's under that vent. So I hired ferries, Marine, Navy, soil, Soldier, Army, Space Force. Good one. Decas, they were working on electric motor at the same time as the steam train. They were going to replace the steam train. Look into the trolley system that broke down and couldn't fix. Oh yeah. I believe that when we came in, we couldn't, the trolley electric systems were broke down. They weren't working, and that's why we started pulling the trolleys with the horses, which is crazy. Oh, that reminds me, Divergent put out a video, I believe today, about horses pulling trolleys and cars and carts and stuff like that. I just thought it was interesting, so you might want to go check that out. Marcelo, all immigrants. Deca's the trolley system in Vancouver, Canada has a real strange history. I would imagine. They seem to all have a very strange history. Deca broke down in 1899. They didn't get it working until 1948. Wow, that's weird. That is an interesting history. I Heart Fairies says at Hippie Shake, I noticed that the Wilhelm Reich's daughter wore Oxford shoes. Okay, getting a new pair, going to see if they make a charge for any change in physical energy. Okay. Da 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 da. Okay. I'm just working through these comments, y'all. I was saying there's not many questions. It looks like a lot of we're doing good on questions. This is great. I love questions. Deco, when the railroad property was bought for $1, it was always from a window. Huh. Okay. That was tricky. I Heart Fairies, they have odd nubs on the tombstone pavement lights. Tombstone pavement lights. Tombstone. Are you saying in the town of Tombstone? Or I'm not sure what you're saying there, but I will say that there were nubs on some of the pavement lights because they were trying to add traction to them because the damn things were slippery. So that might answer your question. I Heart Fairies, the urns can be Mercury, the eagle, gold, the lion. They fight forever at the same strength. Okay, yep. Two do not combine but become griffin. Correct. Some energy that doesn't end continually makes discharge evenly. Yes. And this is an important thing to point out, is that symbols in the old world had multiple meanings. Okay. So when I say it means Mercury or the phoenix for, say, an eagle, you have to understand that there's multiple meanings of what there was more to it, but it's not an eagle's. It doesn't represent what we think it represents. It has another meaning, and then it has multiple meanings depending on, I don't know, location or what's surrounding, like what is the eagle sitting on. That if it's the eagle sitting on a ball, it probably means something different. If the eagle's wings are outstretched, it means something different than if the wings are at rest. Armed in AK. That's true. I've just observed over my time that they tend to pile up layers of pavement, etc. Okay. I Heart IMOP. They cemented brick flooded the metallic streets to stop the transportation mechanics. Not exactly sure what you're saying there, but it's interesting. I think that I was thinking about this recently, is that the government is in charge of the streets. We're not allowed. If you went out there in the middle of the street in, say, New York, and you started digging, okay, well, somebody's gonna come along there and say, "Where's your permit? Where's your license? Where's your whatever, your credentials to dig?" Okay, you can't just dig. You can't do an archaeological dig. I mean, you have to be, you're not just gonna dig. I mean, they own that shit. You know what I'm saying? And the reason they own that shit is because they don't want you to dig. Okay, and the people that are digging, that their whole job is to go down there and do whatever they're supposed to do down there. And to be honest with you, they don't care what's down there. They want to get down there, get the job done, and get out of down there. Okay, they don't want to get down there like we do. So that's that. Now, that's about all the questions there. So let me get into some of the hanky-panky I found this week. I just want to share some things with you that I have been running across, and I need to start sharing some of these jewels that I find with you. This one is I've got it labeled 1884 locomotive roundhouse. But this is a short video on a roundhouse, and so I'm trying to. I think that trains are part of where my research is going to go. That there's going to be a lot of train information that's going to come out. So let's take a look at this and see what this has to say.
Trains. Sometimes we forget that these massive metal machines helped make this country what it is today. But did you ever stop to think what happens when these trains get to the end of the line? It's not like they can pull a U-E, unless, of course, someone gives them a hand. The history of the train goes back nearly 200 years to industrial England, and trains have been transporting goods and people across the globe ever since. 14 historical locomotives call the Henry Ford home today, with great names like the Torchlake, the Edison, and the mighty Allegheny, the biggest steam locomotive ever built in America. Who doesn't love trains? They transport us back to a simpler time. But what happens when a train gets to the end of the line? How does it turn around? The innovation was something called the roundhouse. And in the early 1900s, there were about 10,000 of them in use to repair the locomotives and send them off in different directions. The Henry Ford's Matt Anderson showed me how it was done. So what are we doing right now?
We are turning a 38-ton locomotive on a 42-ton turntable with nothing more than our own brute strength.
Okay. All right, so what is the purpose of this turntable?
Well, here at our site, we're using the turntable to access the various stalls in the roundhouse.
And the roundhouse is like a big service station.
It is, exactly. Locomotives require a great deal of maintenance, especially steam locomotives. Every day you spend out on the line, you've got to spend a day back in the shop cleaning things out, clearing it out, and preparing it for the next day's run.
I'm no bodybuilder, and yet this is pretty easy.
It's surprisingly easy, but the turntable itself is so well balanced, and if the locomotive's positioned right at dead center, one person can do this without much difficulty.
I mean, it's sort of like a giant Lazy Susan.
It's exactly like a giant Lazy Susan.
And I love Lazy Susan. Do you think the locomotive is getting dizzy right now?
I think so. This is not its first spin around, though, so it's probably used to it.
At what point does the train throw up?
After me.
So this locomotive is 38 tons.
Yes.
The Allegheny locomotive is 600 tons.
It is. It's a different story. We wouldn't be turning that by hand on this turntable.
That's because the awesome Allegheny, built in 1941, was one of the most colossal steam-powered locomotives ever made. Designed for pulling heavy coal trains over the Allegheny Mountains of West Virginia, this baby is so corpulent they were barely able to move it inside the Henry Ford Museum, having to widen the door jambs just to squeeze it through. So just like the record turntable, the railroad turntable went out of style.
That's right. The diesel locomotive takes over for the steam locomotive starting in the 1930s, but especially after World War II. And diesels just require far less maintenance than steam locomotives, so railroads no longer needed these elaborate roundhouses with all these servicing facilities. So, as a consequence, there are very few of them left today.
This is the next exercise craze, I guarantee you.
One of the nicknames for these turntables is an Armstrong turntable, probably for obvious reasons.
Oh, hangnail. Let me know if you need any help. Okay. He's got this.
Okay, and this week, Conspiracy R Us channel put out a video on cycloramas, and I think my understanding of what he was trying to say was that the cycloramas seem to be, to him, old railroad roundhouses for the trains, and I think he's on to something there. If you look at the cycloramas and you look at the roundhouses and you look at the also the locations of those two, I think it's very possible that some of the old roundhouses, when they were decommissioned, when they stopped using as many of the steam locomotives, and see, they used the roundhouses when they had the steam locomotives, but then they used them less with the diesel locomotives, and so they started getting rid of them. And so I've heard I heard that in this past week, I heard one guy say there were 3,000 roundhouses at one point, and I heard another guy say there were 10,000. Now, I got to look into that deeper. That one I can't confirm or deny which one's which, but that was just what? So I think that's interesting. If you look in the cycloramas, go watch Conspiracy RS. Big thumbs up to him and his channel. But that is something that should be looked into. And I've got another video here. This is called "Where Did the Roundhouses Go?" So we're going to learn some more about roundhouses.
Across America, railroad roundhouses used to be a very common sight. These buildings, created specifically for the maintenance and upkeep of steam locomotives, were ubiquitous. After all, during the height of the steam locomotive era, there were more than 1,000 railroads needing service on more than 100,000 steam locomotives. A circular structure with a turntable in the center, those are the defining characteristics of a roundhouse. According to Trains magazine, there were once 3,000 of these buildings across North America. Today, that number has dwindled to fewer than 200. Wikipedia lists just a dozen operational roundhouses still in use in North America. We're in the Bob Julian Roundhouse. It's the largest roundhouse remaining in North America, and it's located right here at the North Carolina Transportation Museum in Spencer. This roundhouse was built in 1924, has 37 stalls, and a 100-foot electric turntable in the center. These days, it houses exhibits full of railroading and even aviation history. It's still a functioning railroad maintenance and restoration facility as well. While these days it's primarily diesel locomotives moving on and off the turntable, notable steam locomotives have also been restored here, including the Virginia Museum of Transportation's N&W Class J number 611 and the Atlanta History Center's Texas locomotive. Starting back in 1924, workers would begin their day here in the clerk's office, receiving their orders before the work began. A typical roundhouse was used for light maintenance, work that could take 2 days or less, the sole purpose being to get a locomotive at the end of its running cycle and prepare to get back onto the rails. For heavy repair and restoration, locomotives would be sent to the back shop. Now, roundhouses vary greatly in size depending on the needs of the railroad. Small roundhouses in outlying areas may have only 3 or 4 stalls, while railroads in larger cities would have cathedral-esque buildings constructed to keep their engines moving. Roundhouses were buildings with a very specific purpose, and when diesel engines took over for steam, the era of the roundhouse largely came to an end. But these buildings left a lasting impression. Railroads were essential to moving people, goods, and raw materials across the nation. They built roundhouses where they were needed, and as Trains magazine put it, civilization would follow. Major cities grew up around railroad terminals that kept locomotives moving. A town in the Piedmont of Georgia called Terminus grew into the modern-day city of Atlanta. Chicago was a transportation hub, and the city grew around it. Since the end of the steam locomotive era, most roundhouses have been torn down, but some have been repurposed. The B&O Railroad Museum, for example, has their restored railcar maintenance roundhouse. It's a centerpiece of their museum and was formerly part of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. Former Chicago Bear Walter Payton actually purchased a roundhouse outside of Aurora, Illinois. He restored it, and these days it's home to a micro pub, an event and banquet space. So there are still some roundhouses left. Come see the largest remaining, the Bob Julian Roundhouse, right here at the North Carolina Transportation Museum in Spencer. And here are some of the other roundhouses still left across America. Continue to learn at home with other great videos from the North Carolina Transportation Museum on Facebook, YouTube, and nctrans.org. The North Carolina Transportation Museum in Spencer is the museum that moves you.
Okie dokie. And let's see what else I got. Got a lot of railroad stuff here. And I tell you, the reason I'm looking at the railroads and the trains is I believe that they were used in the Mudflood. I think from my research, my theory right now, that the trains are old world. They were used in the Mudflood. And so I'm studying these systems to find what I can in order to see where the issues are. Now, let me give a plug. Let's see. I need to find. I was going to try to do something this week, and I worked really hard trying to do it, and it did not work. I tried to record this thing probably 3 or 4 times. I can't remember, but I really tried to make this happen, and it did not work. I found a video from a Russian mud flooder, and the video is in Russian, and this is a English translation, so I don't know how accurate this is, but translated it is called Railway and Metro Dug Not Built. That is a translation. I don't know how accurate that is, but I'm going to share this channel with you in this video. What I attempted to do, let me share screen. Bear with me. I'm slow on this thing. I'm not gonna show the video. I'm just gonna, y'all just go and watch this on your own time. This channel, I'm just gonna pause it. This is the channel right here. I will, let me see if I could, hold on. I know how to do this. Let me share the link in the chat. Okay, so I'm gonna drop the link in the chat. Bear with me here. I'm getting my act together. Okay, I just dropped the link in the chat. Okay. This video, what I tried to do was, you can run this video if you go to closed captions and turn them on, and then go to settings and set it to English, the English language. Okay, you can watch this video with English subtitles. Okay, and what he's talking about here is that the trains, the tunnels for the railroad, and the subways were dug out, not built. And that's what I think. I think that the railroads and the subways were all here when we came along. We plopped our happy ass down and we dug them out. And this is a guy in Russia saying the same thing that I think. So I want to plug his channel. And I was going to, what I was going to do was a voiceover where I read his video to you while we watched it. But I tried 3 or 4 times to record this thing. And the problem is that the way the subtitles come up, it's hard to read, because it doesn't come up one line at a time. It comes up one word at a time, and then it scrolls up. It's really hard to read that way. And then you've got the translation isn't perfect, so you get screwed up. I tried, guys. I tried to make the video. I thought it would be really cool to hear this guy's thinking on this. I couldn't do it. So please go watch this guy's video. I don't know who this guy is. I can't pronounce this shit. That's Russian. I don't speak Russian. Me, I only speak one language. But this, you know, this is a cool video, so go check that out. The link is in the description there. And I'm going to show you this video. This is a graphic of U.S. railroad history map, 1830 to 19 something or another. And this shows you how they say the railroads were, like, it's kind of like a interactive map of how the railroads were laid, and then how they got to their maximum, and then they reduced them. Okay, because the railroads started losing money, you know, when they started coming out with the tractor trailers and stuff. But ignore all this shit. Okay, just when they get at a point where there's the most train tracks in history, which is I think 1912, somewhere around there, that's what was here. Okay, that all that shit was here, is what I'm saying. I think all that track was already here, and they just uncovered it. And when they say, oh, we got it built, that's when they got it uncovered. So the built date is the uncovered date, just like the founding dates on the buildings. You know, the date's bullshit. So let's watch that.
The railroad played a major role in the growth of the nation. It unified a sprawling country and spurred the Industrial Revolution. Early railroads used horse-drawn carriages, but the real beginning of the railroad era began on Christmas Day, 1830, when the first steam locomotive inaugurated passenger service in Charleston. Within a decade, more than 2,800 miles of track were in operation, with 5 out of 6 New England states laying rails. By 1850, more than 9,000 miles of track had been laid, as transportation links developed in the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic states and connected the growing Midwest. But it was during the decade between 1850 and 1860 that the railroads grew into a true network, serving all the states east of the Mississippi. Track mileage more than tripled. Construction was so great that the U.S. nearly equaled the rest of the world in total mileage. Rival transportation felt this growth in the West. Traffic shifted from the north-south axis of the rivers to the east-west axis of the rails. The railroads played a key role in the Civil War. Both sides moved troops and supplies in great number, but the superior network of the North contributed to the defeat of the Confederacy. The period after the Civil War until World War I was the golden age of railroads, with no other form of transportation to challenge its leadership. On May 10, 1869, the country was connected from coast to coast with the completion of the first transcontinental railroad at Promontory Point, Utah. Railroad construction had regional impact, too. Over a 20-year period, ranchers followed cattle routes like the famous Chisholm Trail north to shipping points in Missouri and Kansas until the railroads were extended into the Texas Range country. During the decades after the Civil War, track was standardized, time zones were introduced, and by 1885, 4 new transcontinental lines had reached the West Coast. Railroads and the economy flourished, with cheap freight rates promoting industrialization and national markets. By 1930, railroads had reached their peak, with almost 430,000 miles of track. But competition from trucks and airlines eroded their business, so that by the mid-70s, 10 railroads in the Northeast and Midwest were in bankruptcy. In 1971, Amtrak was formed by the government to provide passenger service that the railroad companies could not afford and serve as a link between major urban centers. The miles of railroad track have declined steadily since 1930, and the number of passengers traveling by train is now a fraction of what it once was, but railroads are still an important part of our transportation network.
Okay, so 1920 looked like the height, so I was close. Let's see, I had an interesting comment. Deca says, when they advertised the gold rush in the Yukon, Canada, in Seattle, Washington, some of the old posters had you could take the train from Sackway in 1898. Interesting. I've got a couple more videos that I want to show you. Okay, I've got so many here. I've got one more, two more railroad videos that are short. And then I have a video that I can play and I'm going to let you guys choose if you want to watch it this week or another week. And it's on the history of what's called the Spencer shops in the NC. And it's now the NC Transportation Museum, but it's the history of the Spencer shops, which is, I believe the biggest, it was at the time, the biggest roundhouse in America. And it just has a really interesting history. So, but the video is 14 minutes long. So I don't know if you guys want to watch that today or if you want me to move on, but we're going to watch 2 more, and y'all just put in the chat if you want to watch it this week. If not, I'll show it another week. I don't want to overload you with trains, but I'm going to go ahead and show you this one's called Where Did the Roundhouses Go?
Across America, railroad roundhouses used to be a very common sight. These buildings, created specifically for the maintenance and upkeep of steam locomotives, were ubiquitous. After all, during the height of the steam locomotive era, there were more than 1,000 railroads needing service on more than 100,000 steam locomotives. A circular structure with a turntable in the center, those are the defining characteristics of a roundhouse. According to Trains magazine, there were once 3,000 of these buildings across North America. Today, that number has dwindled to fewer than 200. Wikipedia lists just a dozen operational roundhouses still in use in North America. We're in the Bob Julian Roundhouse. It's the largest roundhouse remaining in North America, and it's located right here at the North Carolina Transportation Museum in Spencer. This roundhouse was built in 1924, has 37 stalls, and a 100-foot electric turntable in the center. These days, it houses exhibits full of railroading and even aviation history. It's still a functioning railroad maintenance and restoration facility as well. While these days it's primarily diesel locomotives moving on and off the turntable, notable steam locomotives have also been restored here, including the Virginia Museum of Transportation's NNW Class J number 611 and the Atlanta History Center's Texas locomotive. Starting back in 1924, workers would begin their day here in the clerk's office, receiving their orders before the work began. A typical roundhouse was used for light maintenance, work that could take 2 days or less, the sole purpose being to get a locomotive at the end of its running cycle and prepare it to get back onto the rails. For heavy repair and restoration, locomotives would be sent to the back shop. Now, roundhouses vary greatly in size depending on the needs of the railroad. Small roundhouses in outlying areas may have only 3 or 4 stalls, while railroads in larger cities would have cathedral-esque buildings constructed to keep their engines moving. Roundhouses were buildings with a very specific purpose, and when diesel engines took over for steam, the era of the roundhouse largely came to an end. But these buildings left a lasting impression. Railroads were essential to moving people, goods, and raw materials across the nation. They built roundhouses where they were needed, and as Trains magazine put it, civilization would follow. Major cities grew up around railroad terminals that kept locomotives moving. A town in the Piedmont of Georgia called Terminus grew into the modern-day city of Atlanta. Chicago was a transportation hub, and the city grew around it. Since the end of the steam locomotive era, most roundhouses have been torn down, but some have been repurposed. The B&O Railroad Museum, for example, has their restored railcar maintenance roundhouse. It's a centerpiece of their museum and was formerly part of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. Former Chicago Bear Walter Payton actually purchased a roundhouse outside of Aurora, Illinois. He restored it, and these days it's home to a micro pub, an event and banquet space. So there are still some roundhouses left. Come see the largest remaining, the Bob Julian Roundhouse, right here at the North Carolina Transportation Museum in Spencer. And here are some of the other roundhouses still left across America. Continue to learn at home with other great videos from the North Carolina Transportation Museum on Facebook, YouTube, and nctrans.org. The North Carolina Transportation Museum in Spencer is the museum that moves you.
Yada, 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 yada. We've already heard that. And let's see. I wanted to go back and say something about the first video about the 1884 locomotive roundhouse, when the guy was turning the turntable with the locomotive on it. What was really, really important there, and I wanted to stress this, is where the guy says that for every day that a locomotive was out, that he spent 1 day in the roundhouse. And I think that's very important to understand. I did not know that I never realized that. I never knew. I mean, hell, I didn't even know how things really worked. I'm not a big train person. I think they're interesting, but I've never been a big train person. So I never really have studied trains, and I really wasn't aware up on how they really worked. You know, now I know. I mean, I've done the research, but I'm learning new things about it, and I never knew that they had to be serviced so much. I didn't know that. I mean, I knew that they had to be serviced, but I mean, everything has to be serviced, but I never knew they had to be serviced that much. So I think that's a really important point. Let's see. I've got another video here. This one's called "Be Careful: History of the Back House." And this is the shop. If you took the if a train came in for service in the roundhouse and they found it needed more work, okay, major repairs, it would go to the back house. Okay, it would go the back building. I think it had different names, but it went to another building where they could literally take it apart piece by piece and replace parts and fix parts. So this was like the major overhaul center. So here's some more interesting history on the train maintenance.
Built between the spring of 1904 and January of 1905, the back shop is a very big building with a very big message. When it was completed, the back shop was the largest industrial building in North Carolina, 150 feet wide, 600 feet long, or the length of 2 football fields. And this very big building was built for a very important purpose. The North Carolina Transportation Museum sits on the grounds of Spencer Shops, once the largest steam locomotive repair center for Southern Railway. It was essential to keeping steam locomotives and the passengers' goods and raw materials they carried moving through the Southeast. Regular maintenance was key for steam locomotives, and for that they went to the Bob Julian Roundhouse. But when an engine needed a complete overhaul, it was sent to the back shop. The back shop was made for moving steam locomotives in, getting the work done, and getting them out. Those engines would move into the building from the side facing the roundhouse, heading north along what was called the communication track. The communication track is the only one still left in the building. Engines would roll in through that door, and as they came through, parts were removed, labeled, and placed in pits alongside the track. The engines would then be lifted and moved to adjacent tracks for further maintenance. For that, they used 2 60-ton cranes that were original to the 1905 structure. In the 1920s, they added a 90-ton crane for even heavier locomotives. Smaller cranes were used to move parts to the floor from overhead galleys where they were stored. Indeed, an entire mezzanine ran the length of the back shop. You can imagine how busy this place was, how many machines were going at one time, how many workers were here. In 1906, a crane operator dropped a steam locomotive onto the back shop floor. Thankfully, no one was hurt, and the engine received little damage, but you can only imagine the reverberation of sound in this huge building. As many as 15 engines could be worked on at any given time in the back shop, but the rule was that once per day, an engine would roll out these doors, headed back to the main line to continue the work of Southern Railway. In 1947, the back shop was upgraded to service the first of Southern's diesel locomotives, but the building, indeed the entire site, was made for steam, not diesel. With new facilities opening, heavy repairs ceased in the back shop in 1960, and the building was used only sporadically afterward. The state of North Carolina took over the old Spencer shops beginning in 1977, and the site was in complete disrepair. The back shop was no exception to that. It took 40 years, but in 2017, the back shop was able to be opened fully to visitors, housing artifacts from across transportation history. Continue to learn at home with other great videos from the North Carolina Transportation Museum on Facebook, YouTube, and nctrans.org. The North Carolina Transportation Museum in Spencer is the museum that moved.
Yada, yada, yada. We've heard it before. Okay. Okay, so here's the deal. I think, okay, I don't know if y'all said anything, if y'all want to watch that longer video or not. Speak now, forever hold your peace. If you don't, I think I'm gonna wait to show it another time. If you really want to see it, speak now, forever hold your peace. Otherwise, I'm gonna show you something different. I've got something else that's interesting we can look at that I think you'll really like. It's a 14-minute video. I'll give you a chance to jibberjaw and give your opinion. I'm very fluent here. And I tell you, I meant to say this earlier, but I really enjoy this new format of the mudding live because it's basically exactly what I was doing before, except before I was recording it and then showing it. And it's a lot easier on me. I've saved a lot of time doing it this way, and it's been taking a lot of stress off me. And so the show has always been what it is. I hit the record button, I talk shit about what I see, and that's the show. That was the show. So you're getting the same thing. There is no script. There is no. It's raw. Okay, it always has been raw. So, I just think it's the format's good. I like it. I hope you do too. If you don't, it doesn't really matter. Still not gonna do it my way. You guys are so indecisive. You guys are so indecisive. I tell you what, I think time is looking okay. I'm going to show this one. I am a little sketchy on the audio. Last week, I realized that when I have to play a video that's longer, which I can't load up to StreamYard, because it only takes up to 200 megabyte videos. If it's bigger than 200 megabytes, I have to play it from my computer, but the freaking sound sucks. So my open of the video last week sounded like crap. The video looks fine, but the audio was terrible. It was horrible. Just pissed me off. So I'm hoping that by turning the volume down on my VLC player, that it will make it better. And I could be completely wrong. So I want you guys to comment in the chat if the audio sounds good or if it's too low. But please let me know, because I can't tell on my end until later. So if you could do that. Let me see if there's any questions. Oz is throwing in questions. Okay, basically, okay, y'all, okay, yeah. Y'all want to see it. Okay. I'm going to play the video. And like I said, please tell me in the chat how the audio is. I don't think it's going to be perfect, but I'm hoping it will be better. And I may need to turn it up. I had it at 100% in the opening of the video last week. You'll notice it sounded like crap, but now I'm going to run it at 80%. You might have to jack your volume up, but I'm hoping it takes out some of the distortion. I could be wrong. I don't know. Just let me know. This is an experiment. We're flying by the seat of our pants here. Hold on. Here we go. Oh. Hold on. I'm going to mute my mic. I'm sorry.
Freight cars and locomotives, passenger cars, and private luxury homes on rails. They passed by here, and some were serviced and repaired and sent on their way south to Atlanta or the northern cities, or west over the mountains. On the Southern Railway, one of the most important service and repair facilities was Spencer Shops in North Carolina. Today, it is one of the few facilities that have survived. The impact of the railroads upon the United States amounted to a social revolution. For the first time, farmers, manufacturers, merchants, and travelers had available a form of overland transportation that was fast, relatively inexpensive, little affected by weather conditions, and capable of moving large volumes of both goods and people. Great pressures developed on the part of industries and communities to be served by rail transportation. The railroad proved to be the means of opening up new territory. All across America, towns came into being as railroad division points, where locomotives were changed, serviced, and repaired, and where operating crews were changed. Spencer, North Carolina, was one of these towns. By the beginning of the 20th century, many Americans lived within 25 miles of a railroad. But the South was still poorly served. Southern Railway was formed to better serve the South, and Samuel Spencer was its first president. The Southern expanded quickly, and a new shop facility was needed for its 600-mile line between Atlanta and Washington, D.C. Spencer Shops opened with a machine shop, a repair shed, and a 15-stall roundhouse in operation. The first generation at Spencer Shops built a solid reputation as some of the best shop workers in the country. They fulfilled the demands placed upon them by the increased railroad activity during World War I, helped the railway weather natural disasters, and salvaged anything that could be saved from the tragedy of train wrecks. But it was the steam locomotive that was the real hero of America's railroads. Despite the complicated rods, wheels, and pistons of a locomotive, the way it worked was simple. Hot coals and fire heated water in a massive boiler. The result was a powerful force of steam, which caused the pistons and drive shafts to move the wheels. But a locomotive needed frequent inspection, and many of the locomotives on this southern line stopped in Spencer to be checked. By the 1920s, 2,500 people lived in Spencer, and as many as 2,000 worked at the shops. 3 8-hour shifts kept the workers moving in and out of a new roundhouse and larger shops for 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Every locomotive that arrived at the Spencer yard was uncoupled from its train, moved to a pit, and inspected. The locomotive had just enough steam left in the boiler to move it to the wash track, where it was blasted with a mixture of water and cleaning solvents, heated to 180 degrees. Next, it was moved to a 100-foot turntable, which directed the locomotive into one of 37 stalls in the roundhouse for routine maintenance and minor repairs. In the roundhouse, inspectors crawled into the still hot firebox to check for cracks in the metal, a very dangerous job. Sometimes wheels were dropped away from the locomotive to receive new tires or to be reworked. In the roundhouse, a number of jobs or repairs would be performed on the engine. Skilled workers called craftsmen picked up yellow slips from a slotted cabinet with specific work orders written on them. These craftsmen were machinists, blacksmiths, electricians, skilled laborers of many trades. If a locomotive was in need of heavy repair or a scheduled overhaul, it would be taken to the back shop. The back shop building was as big as 2 football fields, 600 feet long by 150 feet wide. An 80-ton crane moved the sometimes wheelless locomotives across the stations of the back shop. A complete overhaul of a single locomotive could be performed in 30 days. Also working in the yards, buildings, and shops at Spencer were carmen, boilermakers, painters, pipe fitters, helpers, apprentices, and laborers, and a small army of bookkeepers. Because of the discrimination of the times, African Americans did not hold craft jobs at Spencer shops, but worked as laborers. They polished engines at the roundhouse and worked as helpers to the craftsmen. Women served in clerical jobs.
This is not 38, but it's old 97. You must put her into Spencer on time.
Engineer Steve Brody knew how important it was for the mail train to be on time. But what Brody did not know on September 27, 1903, was the route from Monroe, Virginia to Spencer shops, for this was his first time on that run. Stillhouse Trestle in Danville, Virginia, was gently curved over a deep ravine, and Brody's late train approached the curve at a phenomenal speed. Brody tried to brake, but 80 tons of iron moving at 90 miles an hour could not negotiate the curve of Stillhouse Trestle. The first thing eyewitnesses recall was the deafening sound of the crash as the train skipped across the trestle and careened into the ravine. And then, an eerie silence. Suddenly, hundreds of yellow canaries floated out of the wreck, released from their crates on one of the freight cars. 9 people were killed, including Steve Brody and Ralph Thompson, a boy who had hoped to get off at Lynchburg. The old 97 was in splinters at the bottom of the ravine, but the locomotive engine did make it back to Spencer Shops, hauled in for repairs. Although the day-to-day repair jobs of the workers at Spencer Shops were often routine, workers were frequently required to use their skills to solve unusual problems. In 1941, passenger engine 1380 was streamlined at Spencer Shops for Southern's Tennessean train, and the resulting bullet-nosed locomotive was considered one of the best streamlining jobs done anywhere. Pride was both a part of the shops and a part of the town. A family that settled in the town of Spencer in the early years was likely to stay there for many generations, sending their offspring into the Spencer Shop workforce with pride. In the early 1940s, Spencer was a secure community with plenty of time for picnics and leisure activities. The neighboring Salisbury High School football team beat the Spencer Railroaders by a score of 99-0, a defeat soon forgotten and forgiven by the townspeople, even when a Salisbury fan painted the score on the side of a Spencer bank. It seemed nothing could change the bright future of the town until the first diesel locomotive came to Spencer in 1941, towed in by a steam engine. The truth was hard to take. The diesel could travel much farther at less expense than the steam locomotive. The diesels not only required less maintenance, but also a different kind of maintenance. The boom days of the 30s and 40s were gone. But the men who worked on the railroads wanted to keep on working and kept up their hopes that Southern would redesign Spencer Shops to effectively service diesels. Eventually, the old steam locomotives were lined up and scrapped. And in 1960, heavy repair and overhaul at Spencer ended. Spencer Shops was slowly and painfully phased out. Later, Southern donated the shops at Spencer to the state of North Carolina. And now Spencer Shops has been carefully restored as a transportation museum, housing one of the finest collections of vintage railroad equipment, displayed in the same areas where workers once labored to keep the Southern Railway running smoothly. There is no way to count all the cars and steam engines that passed through Spencer Shops for almost a century. As one worker said, there's a romance that goes along with a steam engine that you'll never get over once you worked with them. You get the feeling they're a living thing. And Spencer Shops is still alive with the steam locomotives and the diesel engines and the private cars like those that passed through decades ago. And you can see them there, outside the windows.
All righty, guys and gals. Little boys and little girls out there in Mudflood land, thank you for holding on and checking that out. And because you have been such good little boys and girls, Santa Claus has told me I can show you another video, and this one is not about trains.
The oldest bell foundry in the world has been using ancient techniques since the Middle Ages. It takes at least 3 months to make a bell by hand, and each one is unique. The workshop has survived nearly 1,000 years of wars and hardship, but it's a crisis of faith that's putting pressure on the business today. We went to Agnone in southern Italy to learn how this traditional bell foundry is still standing. The Marinelli family has been running the factory for 26 generations. Armando Marinelli sketches bell designs by hand the same way his ancestors did it.
Qui si fanno campane come si facevano 1000 anni fa.
Very large bells are cast in a pit like this, but it rarely happens nowadays. That's because the foundry only operates when there's demand. But the process of making smaller bells is pretty much the same.
Allora bisogna immaginare in questo momento 3 bicchieri, uno attaccato all'altro, rovesciati.
The bottom and the top cup create the shape of the bell. The middle layer looks exactly how the final bell will look, but it's made of clay, so it will eventually be destroyed to make way for the bronze. They start off by building the bottom cup, using bricks and clay.
Dobbiamo creare l'anima della campana, che è il profilo interno della campana.
It's a painstaking job to make sure the pile is level. Then, a worker slathers it with clay to create the middle cup, or what they call the false bell. A wooden ruler called the strickle sets the exact shape, height, and weight of the final piece. This is the part that will be destroyed later. But before we get there, they have to bake the clay from the inside out until it's solid. While the false bell dries, sculptors prepare the decorations. They can use pre-made plaster molds or cast new ones. They place the pieces of wax on the false bell. Next, they apply more clay to form the top cup, called the mantle. It provides the outside shape of the bell with the wax designs embossed into it. Once this dries, they lift the mantle to expose the false bell. Then it's finally time to destroy it to make way for the bronze. This is what a small-scale fusion looks like. Larger bells need a lot more bronze. Once the metal hardens, they lift the mantle and reveal the final bell. For smaller bells, they break down the mantle by hand. The family's attention to detail is clear when they forge the handle in iron. Finally, workers like Antonio Deli Quadri polish the finished bells until they shine.
Siamo una famiglia di collaboratori dai Marinelli da 150 anni.
He's been working here for 6 decades, and at 84 years old, he's technically retired, but he takes pride in tuning the bells. He also leads tours around the workshop. On average, a 100-kilogram bell costs around 3,000 euros, and since it takes months to craft a single bell, they only make a few a year.
Quando viene una richiesta dall'estero, dall'America, e ci chiedono una campana nel giro di 15 giorni, un mese, purtroppo noi dobbiamo dire non è possibile. Noi con il tempo non potremo mai essere competitivi.
The Marinellis still face competition from other foundries who have modernized. Many rely on heavy machinery and reusable molds. Armando says he could modernize like this too, but only as a last resort.
Creare un pezzo meccanico sarà veramente, non dico un fallimento proprio sotto un punto di vista diverso, quello della soddisfazione che può dare una campana di questo.
When the family business started, bells had a very important role in mass communication.
Allora, immaginate le campane senza la corrente elettrica, senza gli orologi, È una funzione fondamentale. La campana era la sirena, l'allarme, c'era un incendio.
Today, Marinelli bells ring from iconic places, like the Leaning Tower of Pisa and the Vatican. And it's this historical connection to the Catholic Church that has kept the foundry running for so long. The church has accounted for about 90% of the foundry's business in recent decades. In 1924, Pope Pius XI granted the Marinellis an official recognition.
Questo qui è lo stemma vaticano che ci è stato dato dal Papa, e lo stemma pontificio, questo qui, con Dea Marinelli, Agnone, Molise.
And they've cast many celebratory bells over the years, like the one for Pope John Paul II's Millennium Jubilee.
Ci emozioniamo sempre perché è un'emozione che va oltre ogni pensiero di piacere. Non si può dire quello che uno prova con la sensazione di questo santo che è venuto a casa tua.
But the foundry has also seen desperate times throughout its long history. Nazi troops occupied it in World War II.
Penso sempre ai miei nonni che hanno vissuto la guerra, un periodo bruttissimo perché si era fermato tutto, rompono le campane e allora diventano i cannoni.
And then a fire in the 1950s destroyed the original foundry and many of its historical records. Now, in the 21st century, Armando is looking for ways to keep the business afloat.
La passione che ci fa fare tutto in vista della nostra fonderia. Adesso che la Chiesa sta soffrendo un po' della fede, dei fedeli che seguono la Chiesa.
Christianity's popularity is declining in many countries across the world, especially places like the US and Western Europe that have historical Christian majorities. With fewer churches being built, demand for bells is low. Also, quality bronze bells like the Marinellis can last centuries. So the family is diversifying. They've created a museum inside the foundry to attract more tourists. They also take some lucrative sculpting jobs. Armando's son, Ettore, is one of the foundry's sculptors.
Io sono la 27ª generazione e tutte queste generazioni mi pesano molto sulle spalle. Essendo giovane, la mia mente spazia anche altre cose più innovative. Ovviamente adesso ci sono i computer, le stampanti 3D, io non è che non ci ho pensato a queste cose, ci penso tutti i giorni. È un po' anche una paura di mandare all'aria 1000 anni di storia.
So for now, he's sticking with making all these designs by hand.
Tra me, mio fratello e ho altri 2 fratelli, il figlio di zio Pasqualino, la figlia di zio Pasqualino, sicuramente la 28ª generazione penso sia salva. Poi sono più preoccupato per la 29ª, 30ª.
Overall, the family's focus is on creating art. So the Marinellis have faith that the timeless nature of their work will help them survive.
La campana in sé per sé è quell'oggetto che ci fa compagnia, alcuni suoni perché mi fa momenti lieti e purtroppo momenti tristi. La campana ha sempre dato un senso alla vita dell'uomo.
Okie dokie, guys, gals, mud flooders around the world. I hope you enjoyed that. Let's see. Where can we go now? Let me see. Let me make sure we got any questions. I butchered this name. Chabine Docking. I'm sorry if I butchered that. I'm sure I did. Are trains remnants of old world tech? In my opinion, yes. I believe the steam engines and the railways, the train tracks and the roundhouses, all that equipment, I believe, is old world tech. And the trolley systems, the subway systems, I believe, is all old world tech. That's my opinion. Trying to find any questions here. iHeart Fair is asking, a bell, a rainmaker, question mark. I don't know. I mean, could rain be made from the resonance of a bell? I would stick it in the possibly category. I don't know the answer to that. I think we got a lot of work to figure out what the bells actually were used for. I don't know. They got rid of a lot of them for there's something to the organs and the bells and the that whole business. There's definitely some hanky panky going on there. Varies. I just saw a big thing about indigenous feather headdress and those rainmakers. Interesting. Okie dokie. Let me see. I do believe we are okay. And I threw this question to Oz before the show, Oz Beast before the show tonight. And I'll throw the same question to you guys and see what you think. I put out a video last night, I believe. Yeah, I think last night or night before. I don't know. Recently, my last video was about Fifth Avenue in New York City in 1911, and it's photographs taken from one end to the other of the buildings. And I thought they were very unique photographs. And I was thinking about doing a MUDDIN show where I look at those pictures like I normally do on the pictures like we did tonight at the beginning of the show. If you like that idea, let me know in the chat. If you don't, let me know in the chat, and I'll make my decision based on whatever I want to do. But I would like to know your opinion. Those images are not the high resolution pictures that we're normally used to, but they are more interesting when you zoom in. Now, if I do that, I will post the pictures for the video in the MUDDIN show that I do that in. So then you can have them and you can go and look at them yourself. But just throw in your opinions on that. And let me check the chat, see if there's anything interesting. Can you do Ken's asking if you can do a Melbourne Mudflood show. I mean, I can look into, I could do a Google drop into Melbourne. I've got so many other things I'm looking at. See, the way I look at it, I don't understand Australian history and locations and geography and the ins and outs of Australian culture or whatever. I'm not Australian, so I don't have the background in the knowledge to do what I think would be a good show on Melbourne. You know, you got Campbell and Michael Joshua Lewis, and you've got other people that are in. Ozbeast is in Australia, and he's planning on doing some stuff at some point. But those guys are much more geared up to do that sort of video. I don't know what I could really add to it unless I find something that I feel is see, here's my thing. I'm trying to see, okay, let me back up a little bit. I'm noticing in the community that all it's like there's standard cookie cutter videos that people make about certain subjects, and that's great. And I think those videos need to be made. It's like, okay, we got to do a Bells video, we got to do a Cannons video, we got to do a Giants video, we got to do a Mudflood Winters video, we got to do a reset video, we got to do a melted buildings video, we got to do a this video, we got to do a that video. And, you know, certain subjects. We got to do a Antiquitech video. We got to do a fascist video. Okay, you know, these certain subjects that are like important. But here's the thing: they're kind of getting to the point where it's like, you know, what else can you say? You know, and you know, I want to do my versions of these things in time when I feel I can add something. But what I'm trying to do, is I'm looking for stuff that's just left field, stuff that's I'm trying to dig out some of these things that aren't being seen or focused on, or finding new ideas. I'm trying to further the research as opposed to going over the same old tracks, because there's, the other researchers are doing such a great job. Some of them not so much, but most of them are doing a great job of finding and putting out the topics and the ideas. And at some point, and everybody wants me to do, everybody wants all the researchers to do a Mudflood video. What is Mudflood? Okay. And I have veered away from that from day one, because, it's like I say, is that no one can be told what the mudflood is. You have to see it for yourself. And see, the thing is that, I could make the perfect video of mudflood, and then you still wouldn't get it until you yourself, your consciousness releases you to see it. You're not going to see it. And then you got the problem of mudflood is such a broad topic that I don't really know how you make the perfect mudflood. What is mudflood video? I mean, I just don't know how you do it, because where do you begin and where do you end? I mean, do you need a 30-minute video? You can't cover it in 30 minutes videos. And then, if I make a long video, nobody watches it. Nobody wants to dedicate, hell, they don't want to dedicate 30 minutes. I mean, people will literally have the attention span of a gnat. Most people want a 30-second clip that tells them, the last 14 years of my research. It ain't going to happen. I'm going to tell you right now, it ain't going to happen. And it ain't going to happen with any other researcher either, if they're serious. So I don't know how you do. I just try to take it piece by piece. And I make a video as long as I feel that I need to make it. And if people watch it, they watch it. If they don't, they don't. I don't give a damn either way. I put the information out there, and it's on you if you watch it or not. If the information, it's like Pavement Light. I did 4.5 hours on Pavement Light in one series, and I've done, I don't even know how many hours worth of Pavement Light video, and it's, you can't cover it in 60 seconds. You can't cover it in 30 minutes. It's too big, and I think that's the problem with a lot of these topics. Maybe if I was some, super duper, director, if that was Scorsese, maybe I could, make that video. But until then, I'm just going to do the best I can. Masonic Q, some channels, newer ones, mostly rehash the same stuff. Kind of stopped watching most of it, as the old timers did over the past few years. And I agree and disagree. Yes, a lot of the videos that are coming out are rehashes of videos that people have already done, or topics that people have already done. And you hope that you're going to find some nugget of wisdom that the other guys didn't catch. But the reality is that if you're a good researcher, you're going to catch the nuggets usually that the other guys caught. So I don't know. That's a tough one. I mean, and so I'm trying to do stuff a little bit different. And a lot of people, I don't think, get me what I'm doing, and that's okay. I'm okay with that. I'm not called the black sheep, but I've been a black sheep my whole life, and I'm okay. I'm pretty damn comfortable being a black sheep. That's all right by me. That's somewhere I can. That's the pocket I can work in. Deca says Cloudbuster theory is really good. Thank you. I still think there's a lot of work that can be done on it. And I'm working to uncover more. It's more in the kind of the nitty gritty, like down and dirty study now. It's like not the fun stuff. It's like the dig through hours and hours of documents and videos and blah blah blah. Let's see. I forgot. Okay, I got some Ozbeast. This is for you. We're gonna go and look at. You had requested catalogs, and so I pulled some catalogs, and I do not have them in the description, but I will add them later. So we're going to go look at some catalogs, and I went and pulled, not specifically, you were talking about catalogs about the like the facading and the antiquitech kind of things, and so I went and tried to pull out some of the catalogs on that kind of stuff. So let's go check that out, and we'll see what we got there. And I hope you like this. This catalog is called okay. I tell you what, hold on, guys. I tell you what, give me a second. The Chihuahua is asking to go out. Let me give you a second. When a fella gotta go, a fella gotta go. Sorry about that, guys. He'll be back in a minute. I'll try to read some of this in the meantime while he is doing his guard dog patrol. Okay. Here's the top of this is the top of the catalog page. This is called Geo L. Mesker and Company, and I found a shit ton of these catalogs. Architectural Ironworks. And I guess they're saying this is this is their manufacturing facility right here. So I don't know, do the math on that. It's like an old world building to me. The largest and most complete establishment in the United States. Modern storefronts, handsome designs, lowest prices. Cast iron, wrought iron, galvanized iron, woodwork, and glass for storefronts. Evansville, Indiana. Okay, let me go check for the guard dog. Hold on. Sorry about that, folks. Roscoe commandeered a chicken biscuit while we were watching the video, and he had to take care of business. Largest, most complete architectural foundry and galvanized ironworks in the United States. Blah 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 blah. I'm not going to read this stuff to you unless I see something that jumps out at me, and the reason is, number one, there's too much of it. Number two, it's not really an interesting read. But if you're looking for data, there's a lot of data in these documents. So these are storefronts that you could, these pieces, you could purchase these pieces for purchase, supposedly. I have theorized that these, what these are catalogs that were designed to make it look like we built these buildings. And it's like, okay, well, we've got to come up with a catalog and different companies to make it look like here's where you ordered it from. So, but you can learn a lot from reading these. They're dry reads. So if you're a serious researcher, I'm gonna put the links to these in the video. They won't be in there tonight. It might be later tonight, it might be tomorrow, whenever I get to it, but I'll get to it, and I'll put these, and you can go and get these yourself and take a look at them and do your own reading and looking and put them in your collection. But these are storefronts in this catalog. And it's like order by number, And maybe they, and I have thought that it's very possible in the old world you could order these just like this. It's like, I mean, why not? You know, you go to a development now, a housing development now, and they're a new housing development, and they're like, okay, we got these 10 designs. Which one do you want? You know, and you buy a design, and they build that house. You know, and I could see it being the same thing. It's like you go and you say, hey, I want to build a building. Okay, well, here's your design choices. Oh, okay, well, I like this one. I like number 1360. I'm gonna put that on my storefront because that's gonna look good. I'm you know, and maybe that's how they sold them in the old world. I mean, why not? I don't know. I'm just saying. But you know, Osbeast was making the point to me that, you know, need to show more catalogs because I know you got them. He's like, you know, which I do, and I don't show them because I don't, you know, I didn't know if people really, you know, were really enjoying these or not. It's hard to understand feedback from you guys because, you know, you guys don't tell me everything. You know, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you tell me. Sometimes you tell me too much, and sometimes you don't tell me shit. But I didn't know if you liked seeing catalogs or not, so I didn't do them too much. But I have a shit ton of these. There's the supposed framing that you would put for the facade here. So that's kind of interesting. I'm gonna scroll through these pretty quickly. You can look at these on your own, and you can read them if you want. And you see a lot of these in the Tribeca neighborhood, and this is how you could mount them. And they'll have a lot of weird stuff in here too. Stuff you wouldn't even imagine. I'm going to show you some more catalogs. I ain't going to show you one catalog. Here's some ether finials right here. So these are really cool to find in the catalogs. Those are the finials for the ether system. So that will go on as, you know, the caps to the points. Let's see what we got here. These are hitching posts. That's what you would tie your horse to. Lintels. There's pavement light right there. There's grates. Now these grates are the ones they would put over the Mudflood windows. There's a coal chute cover right there. Here's a dumbwaiter system. See, dumbwaiter, which is really cool because, I mean, how often do you see the inners of a dumbwaiter, you know? Here's ether fencing. Cast iron stars. Cresting funnels, or finials, not I call them finials. Tomato, tomato. Okay, so that's that catalog. Let me find another one. We got what's this one called? Canopies. Okay, E.T. Barnum Iron and Wire Works, Detroit, Michigan. I got partition railings, window guards, fire escapes, steel shutters, folding gates, bank and office railings, wrought iron fencing, jail and prison work, canopies and porticos, lawn furniture. It's odd. Okay, bank and office railings, mausoleum doors and gates, display fountains, drinking fountains, wire signs, wire cloth. Okay. Alrighty, let's get down. There's some window guards. These would be used on the windows that are built on ground level because, yeah, that makes sense. And then they'd have to put security over the windows because, well, you built a window on ground level, which, no, that doesn't make sense. And wire guards. So these are wire guards for over windows. So you're going to build this beautiful arched window and then put a wire guard over it? Oh, come on. I just don't, I mean, come on, let's get back. Really, I mean, we're going to live in a world where we're going to build something like so architecturally beautiful in its construction. It's Vesica Pisces. It's just perfect in its symmetry. And yet we're going to have to put this cage fence on it because our society sucks so bad that everybody wants to break in. Something, that dog don't hunt. See if we can find anything interesting. Some kind of gates. Vault partition. So, safety deposit boxes. Okay, so something for banks. Okay. There's a pulley housing. That's just kind of cool right there. Ticket booth. Some kind of doors or something. Tubular floor railing. Let's see. There's a fire pole. Looks like a pool ladder. Choir railing. Okay. Ventilating panel. Let's see. What are we going to find? Teller's wickets. Huh. I never knew those were called wickets. So I learned something new there. You can learn all kinds of neat things from these catalogs. If you read them, they're interesting. It's just, they're dry reads. Yeah, I just warn you. That's why I ain't gonna read it. Not to you. I might read it myself. It's a pain in the ass to read aloud. I'm a speed reader, so I fly through things, but reading aloud is like, I'm a bumbling idiot because I'm trying to read too fast, and I can't slow myself down. And then I feel like I do try to slow myself down, and I feel like I'm talking too slow. I hate it. Florida Lee. I guess that's the wicket right there. That's kind of cool. I mean, this is just, it's something neat. I mean, you see these things, but where did they come from? Well, supposedly you order them from this catalog. Now, I mean, this isn't the only company. There's other companies, but I'm just saying this is a company that sold these products. They're turned to the side here, so that's why they look weird. Like I said, that I'll put the link in the description. I'll post them. I'll upload them and then give you the link, and you go look at them for yourself. Let me get the blasting through here. Let's see. Some kind of signs. Oh, like a metal sign. Oh, that's gaudy as hell. Jeez. Eagle on a ball. There's your flag. Somebody was asking me the other day, I think, do you have a catalog with flagpoles in it? And there you go. You're right there. There's your flagpoles. I don't know who asked me that question. Well, there you go. There's your flagpoles in a catalog. I didn't know I had such a thing. it's nice to be able to share this stuff with you guys, because I'm a hoarder. I find stuff all the time, and it gets the Tartarian line, and it gets, you know, I got all this information, and it's hard to find ways to present it to you. So I'm just trying to get it out the best I can. There's old crappy fire escapes. More crappy fire escapes. Lots of crappy fire escapes. I don't think fire escapes. I think fire escapes are something we came up with. There's some staircases. Yes, they're turned to the side. You have to use your imagination. Your subconscious can see this, by the way. There's a nice spiral staircase. I got a guy that wants me to install one of those. I need to find out when he wants to do that. I had a guy the other day tell me he wants to build a zip line. I mean a big one. I'm like, okay. All right. I ain't done one of them before. I'll have to figure that one out. There's some pavement light right there. This one's called Bullseye, Illuminated Sidewalk Tiling. Brand. I don't know if it has a brand. That's a coal hole cover with pavement light in it. And that's one too. There's pavement light right there. There's the glass. Just one of these today goes for $150. Just one. There's some railing for a mud flood drop in. They got the stairs going down here. There's your trap door openings. There you go, right there. There's grates to cover up your mud flood windows. There's a trap door grate. Shutters. Let's see. Let's see what we can find here. Some kind of vault doors. Wrought steel vault door. Canopies. These things, man, these things are cool. I think these are old world, because these things are always super ornate. Just really overkill. Look at those things. I wonder how much those things cost. And how'd they come up with the prices for this stuff? There's prism glass right there and there. That's cool. This is like these is in situ canopies. How about that? That's another cool thing about these catalogs, is they show images that you would not be able to see anywhere else, because these photographs were taken for these catalogs. So I have found some really good pictures in these catalogs, big time. I used a lot of them in my pavement light videos. I found so many pictures and images that were just not available anywhere else. Very original, like, you know, stuff, which was really cool. Horn toot. Let's see. Okay, this is, what does this say? This partial list place where we have furnished steel cells for county jails, village, and city lockup use. Okay. Wow. That's interesting. Oh, so I need one of those in case Cujo needs a place to stay. So you can order you a jail cell. Is that not creepy, or is that not creepy? I find that really creepy. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. That is really messed up. Oh, now we have a 2-tiered cage. Oh, wonderful. Oh, you can order a jail. Okay. Wow. You can find the weirdest stuff. There's a flat earth asterisk. Fleur-de-lis. Mausoleum doors. Wrought iron fencing. Oh wow, that's cool. Look at that. You see how it's the inner the how it goes underground and everything. That's neat. I've never seen that. Oh, that's cool. That's nice data right there. Wow, that really is neat. Okay. Learn something new there. Picture speaks 1,000 words, as they say. More wrought iron fencing. Chihuahua, you better calm down. Gone cuckoo, I think. Yeah, don't you snort at me. I'm busy. Let's see. Got to take the old e-bike out for a ride tomorrow. Got some business to tend to in town. So I'm going to take a ride. And then I got to come back and do some more vinyl siding. I got all kinds of weird jobs lined up these days. That's what I do. Odd jobs. And I like it. Those are big fences. Good grief. These are sideways, just in case you're wondering. Your subconscious, I don't know if you know this, but your subconscious, it doesn't matter what direction something is facing. Your subconscious sees everything properly. It can decipher whatever you look at. And I'll have the links in the description at some point. And then you can look at it whichever way you want to. I could flip it. It's just aggravating. And I got other stuff I want to show you. So move it. Let's see. Some kind of baskets. We're getting down here. Okay, got a caged truck. Okay, so that's the end of that one. And let me see. I got. Okay. This one is Humble's Town Brownstone Company. And 1903 is the date on it. Waltonville, Pennsylvania. Some Columbus horse shit here. Okay, interesting there. Got some history here. That's nothing. They'll show you a lot of history of their businesses. I'm not sure. I can't remember what this catalog is about. Check out that arch. But you can go read this if you so feel like it. What they're doing here, I can't remember. It gets down. I think it's like a stone quarry or something. Check out those big cranes. Yeah, that's a quarry. Oh, so this is a two-part image. So there's the first image and there's the second image. So you can put those together as one. There's those belt-run machines. I believe those are old world tech, by the way. Yeah, there's some stone being worked right there. Oz, you were asking about stone stuff. So there's some stone stuff being done. There's some stone being hauled on trains. Slabs. There's a cool building. That's I guess they're talking about the facade here that they did that. Oh, whoa. Look at that thing. Hold on. I forget how you. Let me see. Rotate right. Check that out. Look at that thing. Yeah. That looks like pavement light right there. Big old arch. There's Fred for his horse that built America. Let's see. Oh, gotta rotate. That's why I don't rotate too much. Salem Lutheran Church. What was that? Oh, that building was the Market and Fulton National Bank in New York City. That last big monstrosity picture. This is Salem Lutheran Church, Lebanon, PA. This is RC Protectory, Fatland, PA. Weird looking building. Lutheran Theological Seminary, Gettysburg, PA. Mudflood Winters there. Pennsylvania College Building, Gettysburg, PA. Wind catcher up there, Mudflood windows. Ooh. And wind catcher there, Mudflood windows. Another wind catcher. Bura Memorial Chapel, Gettysburg, Theological Seminary of the Reformed Church, Lassiter, PA. Another wind catcher, Mudflood windows. York College Institute, York, PA. Bullet Building, Philadelphia. City Hall, Wilkes Bar, PA, and High School, Harrisburg, PA. That's a high school for children? Y'all crazy. And that's a city hall. Now, who's writing this narrative? Their old train, old steam engine. Okay. See. Ooh, look at that pretty thing. That's Everett Residence, Cleveland, Ohio. And what they're showing off is they're showing off some of the buildings they supposedly did in their stone. This is Colonel Fellows Residence, Montclair, New Jersey. Flood Winders. Colonel Platt's Residence, Dayton, Ohio. Mudflood Winters down here. Wind catcher up here, Mudflood Winters. Hanneman Medical College, Philadelphia. Westminster Presbyterian Church, Harrisburg, PA. Mudflood Winters down here and here. You can see the mud flow. Administration Building, State Hospital, Harrisburg, PA. Mudflood Winters. Library, Mount Holly Springs, PA. That's a library. Okay. United States Post Office with weird, strange, odd Mudflood windows. I don't know what's going on there. Very strange. Orange County Courthouse, Orlando, Florida. Orange County Courthouse. Wow. I have, at one point, I'm sure I have stood right in front of that building and never even noticed it. Wow. There's Fred. Fred's the horse that built America. Wow. Okay. Wow. Zion Lutheran Church, Humbles, Town, PA. Windcatcher, Christ Lutheran Church, Lewisburg, PA. Mudflood Winters. Get the mud flow here. Home Savings Bank, Washington, D.C. That's a cool building. Poitiers and Stamos, New York City. A funky little building. What we got here? AA Scottish Rite, Williamsport, PA. So there's your Freemasons with their turreted castle building thing. And Residence Broad Street, Philadelphia, PA. That is nice. That's really cool. Jeez. Sawyer Residence, Washington, D.C. This is, there's a flat earth asterisk on that one. Engine House, so it's a fire station in Philadelphia. That is a fire station for fire trucks. There's a flat earth asterisk. Judge Stewart's Residence, York, PA, Phoenician Shells, Mudflood Windows. Standard Oil Company, the Arcade, Cleveland, Ohio. We've looked at this building before in the MUDDIN videos I do. Susquehanna Trust Company, Williamsport, PA, Mudflood Windows. Okay. Standard Oil Company, New York City. Got a Lutheran Good Hope Church, Oil City, PA. Wow. That looks like the top was knocked off of it. Mudflood Windows. Standard Oil Company, New York City. I guess this is that building also, I'm assuming. Okay, let's take a rotate on that one. Nice wind catcher up there. This is Union Station, Indianapolis, Indiana. What is this? Union Station. Okay, this one didn't get dedicated as a church as it should have. Why you got a rose window on Union Station? Fractal windows here, thingies. I don't know what those are. Yeah, we got to rotate. Rotate left. Okay, got some sort of. This is from the quarry. More quarry. Residence detail, Philadelphia, PA. Scrubbed cartouche. There's an unscrubbed cartouche right there. 4th Street National Bank. Philadelphia, PA. Bank Interest, New York City. Fulton National Bank. College Entrance, Philadelphia. Citizens National Bank. Frederick, MD. Weird. Residence, Broad Street, Philadelphia. Look at that right there. Interesting. Residence, 20th and Walnut, Philadelphia. Again, a lot of Philadelphia. Public School, Lassiter, PA. Windcatcher. Mudflood Windows. Denny Hall, Dickinson College, Carlsville, PA. Mudflood Windows. On this, in the following pages, the name of a few of the buildings constructed wholly or in part by Humblestone Brownstone. So there you go. List of the shit they're claiming that they found. I mean, built. Okay. I think we're going to stop with the catalogs for now. And let's see if there's any questions real quick. Let me see. I had to go back through here. Masonic Q, Whitehall, MI, world's largest weather vane. Interesting. Marcelo, when I see these old fences, it reminds of that Silent Hill look and feel. Very creepy. Yeah, that was a weird movie, Silent Hill. Very strange. Very creepy movie. Deca says, I got to do some carpentry work in an old building that was once an old bank. Cool. The bank vault wall looked like they were 2 feet thick, but it turned out to be all fake. Door was good. Wow. That's interesting. I Heart Fairies is saying pics on Pinterest say Eiffel Tower is Moonlight Tower. Huh. Did you know that it's illegal to take video or images? I think video or pictures of the Eiffel Tower at night. I think that's something I've heard. I think that's very interesting. Deca says, ever noticed that some of these buildings were built faster than when they were demolished? Faster than they were demolished. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, because they're hard as shit to take down. They're built like brick shit houses, man. We're those things were built. They weren't meant to be taken down. That wasn't the plan. Okay. All right. Let me regroup here. What I want to do now, I want to move on and I want to share here, and we want to get rid of Google. Okay. What we're going to do is, I don't know if you're here tonight. I have not seen you tonight, but Andrea73, I know you're not here. I don't know if you're here right now, but I know you will watch this. But you have been asking me to go look at your hometown. And so we're going to go do that. And she is from Wolverhampton in the UK. And this is Wolverhampton. I might have butchered that, but I'm going to call it Wolverhampton. And her, let me get bearings here. Hold on. Okay, I got it. Okay, her theory on her location is that she thinks that I'm doing this in a nutshell, but her idea is that the mud came from this church. This is St. Peter's Church, and this is a nice old rural church. Okay, and it is, let me back up a little bit. It is, back up some more. It is, if you'll notice, ignoring anything new, it is really, suspect about being the highest point of the old world buildings. Okay. Now what she's wondering is how does she's comparing my theory to how she thinks that it came in, and so I wanted to look at it and see what I think. And I don't have the answers, but I'll give you my opinion of what I see and what I think, and it's best I can do. So what I'm seeing here is that without a doubt, this nice little community here. I need to show you this too. Is let me find it. Okay, this little video, this little town is definitely mud flooded. I have found pavement light in Wolverhampton on Darlington Street. So we got pavement light here. Got pavement light on Princess Square right here. We've got, see the mud flow going down to the left. I found these interesting walled areas here with mud flood windows in them. So what that tells me is that there was this wall more than likely at one time went up, and that there was a building here. Now there's another image. This is the other side of that wall. So this is one side of the wall. This is the other side of the wall. So this is in Wolverhampton. So I believe there was a building under that went down. This is part of a building. Okay. This is that church we were just looking at. This is back behind the church. And these are mudflood windows in a wall. This is the top of a building or part of a building, and it's been cut down or something like that. This is, windows that were in a building at one point. There's the church as well, and there's another mudflood window right there. This is the Molinix Hotel. There's another name for this. I think it's the Molinix House. And this is an important structure in this town from what I can find. Well, I found this photograph. This was the most interesting photograph I found. And I want you to take note of this retaining wall right here. This is the back side. Okay, this side of the building faces what is now a stadium. I believe it's called the Molinix Stadium, but it faces the stadium, and I'll show it to you. And the other side faces downtown Wolverhampton, and that is where the church is. But this is a retaining wall. Okay, this is not a foundation. This is a retaining wall. And the reason I know that is because you look right here, you got the fence coming out, and then you got the stairs going up, and then you got stairs going up here. This is a retaining wall. But my point is that this goes down, let's see, 1, 2, 3, about 5 feet here, and about, it could be 6 to 8 feet from here to this white line. So that gives you an idea. This is an old map. There's the church, and there's the I was a little confused as to what they were saying here. There's this is not that building we were just looking at. This is another building called the Deanery Hall, and this was at one point the biggest residence, if I remember correctly. It's no longer there, if I remember correctly, but there's some weirdness here, from what I could find. This is around the deanery in 1953. There's just some things I found when I was messing around looking at this. I just thought I'd share. Just old photos. Okay, so that's Andrea's. I was getting her comment. Okay. Wait. Nope. I gotta find the right screen. Okay, here we go. Got my head out of my tail. And that building there's the stadium. Okay, let me give you a relation. Okay, the church is here, and the stadium is here. Okay, and that building we're just looking at with the retaining wall is right here. Okay, now that white line is right there. Now, if you'll notice, looks different, right? Okay, they have filled in this area here. Okay, now it's got a retaining wall here, and they have filled in this here with dirt, which I would imagine came from when they built this. Okay, so I'm thinking that and I believe at one time this burned down, and they've rebuilt it. But it was a very important building in their history. But I just thought it was interesting that this what you see there today is not the original line. Now, then we go over here, and we have a cut-in road. Okay, and when you see roads like this, you'll see that they're cut in, See, you got your ground level down here, and then it's got a retaining wall here. Okay, so there's, you know, that's mud flooded area there, and then it's going up, goes up here. Okay, I got to find the church. Where's the church? The church is over here. Okay, if I don't know if you can tell this from. Okay, it's kind of difficult to look at this area, and I'll tell you why. Because if you'll notice, when I pull the little man, okay, I can't get in this whole area right here. Okay, so it's really difficult. It's very, very difficult to get a good view of this area because they have got this area completely to where you can't see. So that kind of sucks. But oh, I don't know where I am. Hold on. Okay, let me get my head out of my ass. Okay, I've got to turn around. Okay, now I got my bearings. Okay, bear with me. Okay, so let me drop down here and just kind of show you and see if we can see. Okay, you can see it goes downhill here. Okay, I'm assuming you can see that. Let me back up. I hope you can see it. It's kind of slight, but it's there. You can definitely see that it's going downhill here. Okay, and this is all new, so you can't use any of that. But these definitely have mud flood windows here. We'll try to get a better angle on that so you can see it. And you can see over here's the church. And obviously the mud is up here. The dirt, I should say, is up here. There's some nice antiquity things up there. Now, you can see down below there, and, you know, they're covering the mud there. Trying to see if you can see anything below there. Oh, there's a good little way to see that. But here's the thing. You got this retaining wall here, okay? And then if you look here, okay, you got to kind of reverse engineer this stuff. See how high this dirt is? But ignore that for a second. Just take this wall and look over here, okay? If that mud came down here, I mean, if the mud came from the church, then it would be covering these windows. Okay, they would be gone. Okay, so they would have had to uncover these windows. Okay, now let me preface this: I don't think the mud came from the church, and the reason I don't think the mud came from the church is, number one, it just doesn't go with my theory at all. It goes to my theory to understand that, but I don't. Where would the yeah, I like to look at things logically. If the mud came from the church, okay, where did it come from? Did they have a hose that they threw outside the front door and sprayed mud, or was there a contraption up here that came up and sprayed mud? Now, if you put enough mud out of this particular location in order to mud flood this entire town, okay, this church, there's no freaking way that it would hold up structurally to that much wet dirt mud underneath it. It would collapse. It would tilt. It would fall over. There's just structurally, and this has to go. You have to understand architecture to understand this. A building would not be level if you had the mud coming from this building, from this location. It just would not architecturally hold up. It wouldn't work. Here is what I think transpired here. I think they came in and dug this out to get the windows out, okay, of the mud. Okay, let me go up here. Let me show you this. I think this is right here. You look right here. You look down there. See that? That's windows below ground. Okay, see that? Get out of the way so you can see. Okay. So you got windows below ground. And they're over here too. Okay. See the windows below ground? Okay. I think what they did was they came in and they dug this out and they took the dirt and they just put it up here. Okay. They built a retaining wall. Oh, this is really important. Wait, let me go back. Hold on. Let me get sidetracked. I don't know if I can. This isn't a. Yeah, you can see it. This is interesting. This is the Vesica Pisces, but also the circumpunct all in one symbol here. That's really cool to me. I think what they did was they came in and dug out the mud to get the windows out, and they just put it up here at the church, built a retaining wall right here, okay, and they filled in this area to make the church more prominent, that the church is the highest point in the town, because it makes it look more important. And of course they want to put asses in seats so they can give you the control mechanism and get your money. So my thinking is, and this is my opinion, I think that they dug this out and filled this in. I don't think this, I think this is Mudflood. Okay. I think this dirt is actually Mudflood to an extent. But I think that they just see that when they dug this out, look, okay, if this thing's Mudflood, right, this had to be dug out. There's no way that this is this high and this has got Mudflood windows without digging it out. It's not going to happen. Okay, so I think they dug it out and filled in. I don't think all I think some of this is Mudflood, like in situ, and some of it is dug up Mudflood and thrown up here. Not the whole thing. And you know, most of the mud they dug up would have gone somewhere else. I mean, just like anywhere else. But that's what I think happened here. Now it's really difficult to trace the mud. I looked and looked trying to see if I could determine where the mud flow. There's a scrubbed cartouche. There's a winged disky looking thing. There's that weird symbol. I don't know what the hell that thing is. It's really difficult in some of these places to trace the mud flow because of what's called grading. And what they do is they come in and they cut the streets down. And this is a topic that I'm going to have to look into more in the future because it's really important. I just don't know exactly how to present it yet. But they had to cut the streets down to get rid of some of these hills because the hills were too much, you know. And so when they did that, it makes it very difficult to trace the mud flow, because when you have a flow going down at a grade, right, and they come in to change that grade to make it more level, then the problem is you can't trace the flow. So you don't know, you lose the flow. And that makes it really difficult to trace the mud to where it came from. Now, my theory states that the mud was created with weather modification, with what I believe is like a relation weapon to a cloudbuster, which would be a modern day weapon. But you know, I'm not saying it was cloudbusters, but it wouldn't have been called a cloudbuster, I don't think. Maybe it was, hell, I don't know, but I don't think it was. Trying to get down here to this building, but this is really cool. Ooh. And they triangulated, they brought in the weapon on the trains, I believe they utilized that. I believe we had control of the train system, Mudflood Winders. See, there's mud flow right there. Okay, see how this goes downward angle? So then you could trace it down here, right? But then the problem is you get down here and it's modern. Okay, useless. Okay, this is modern, and it's just you don't know. Now that's kind of weird, but you lose the, and like here you can't even see it. You lose the flow when it gets to modern stuff, or when they cut in the road, and it makes it very difficult to trace. I've been trying to trace the mud flow in my hometown of Raleigh, North Carolina, and it's very, say, right here. It's like you can't trace the flow right here because it's been changed, so it's difficult. So it's really, really hard to look around. There was one area, I think it was, let me see. Might have been that area. No. I want to look over. This is kind of, see, this is kind of weird right here. Look at this. This is kind of right here. This area makes me suspect of a possible viaduct situation. This thing right here, kind of odd. It looks like there's even tunnels under the thing. Matter of fact, there is tunnels under it. You see how that white line right there goes? So I mean, I don't know if it's, I don't even know. I've looked at so many cities. They're all blending together now. Let's see. So I tried, like, what my point is that, yeah, I tried to find, so here's another weird business here. That's very suspect of being of viaducty kind of stuff. But I don't know where, to answer your question, Andrea, I don't know where your mud came from. But if I had to guess, based on my limited research, is I think that it came from over here. And that's based on a lot of stuff. But I think that they regraded it, and you cannot trace your flow right now. I don't think it's possible to trace your flow again. But my theory is that when they use this weather modification, weather manipulation, weather raining cloudbuster machine, Stewie ruler of the world tech, whatever they used, that they made it rain on the hills or mountains, and they used that dirt in order to flood in. And see, the thing is that they did this so much, so heavily, so dramatically, that the hills are gone. They erased the hills. Now, some places there's still hills, but in a lot of places, they literally, I think, this is my opinion now, I think that they sluiced the hills so much that the hills are gone, and people look at their city and they go, "Oh, I don't have any hills." I know. That's what I'm saying. They removed them. they sluiced them. They look into sluicing. I'm saying your cities have been sluiced. In a nutshell. Okay, so that's about the best I can do with that at this particular moment in the time, continuum. I'm trying to get this thing to maneuver. Okay, work with me here. Where am I? Okay, I have lost my way. Oh, okay. Want to look at, let me see. Ozbeast, can you give me that Kim Ray's location that she was asking for in Alberta, Calgary? what was she saying? Let's see. I don't know the names of these. Let me go and look at the chat for a second. Give me a second here. Here we go. Strathmore. Okay, bear with me. Okay, here we go. Let's see if it brings it up. Is that one city? Alberta. Oh, let's try it. That ain't right. It can't be right. That looks right. Strathmore. That's got to be it. And so, okay. So this is this right? I hope this is right. Now, I don't know if this is old. This looks very planned, very new. Here's the reason I'm looking at your location, Kim. I remember you made a comment about how you guys had basements in Alberta, and I wanted to look and see. Yes, I mean, you guys up there don't have the same issues with basements we have here. I mean, we have basements here, but they always suck. This is a planned community. There's nothing. I don't believe there's anything old world about this here. Let me get out of there. Where's Calgary? Okay, I know Calgary's probably old. Got some old stuff. Calgary's a big city. I don't know how old Calgary is. I don't know. I really don't know a whole lot about Canadian history. Let's see. If I can find anything that looks old here. Everything looks so new. There's some old style buildings. Let's go look at that. There's some see how it drops down in there? Got some stuff right here. So yeah, I mean it's I'm seeing they're starting to see the telltale signs of what would be considered the mud flood here. This doesn't look like the oldest stuff either. There's windows below ground right there and there. So that's important to know, is that you got to have a history in your town. If your town was built before 1945, then there's a good possibility you have mud flood stuff. If it was built before 1900, I mean, almost assuredly. Matter of fact, assuredly. But just because you have buildings doesn't mean that you're mud flooded. You got to have all the information here. Like that looks old world. There's an unscrubbed cartouche. Streets of Tartaria was telling me the other day I should make a unscrubbed cartouche video. I haven't collected the Hudson Bay Company. I haven't collected images of that. So I don't know. That'd be it. I'd have to start from scratch there. I just kind of point them out when I see them. I had never. I mean, there's so many of them. I mean, I don't know. I just hadn't ever thought about that. Man, this thing don't want to walk today. Oh, it's got me on a damn sidewalk. That doesn't work too good. Okay. Let's see, what's this here? That looks kind of oldie. Oh man, they keep putting me on sidewalks. Okay. Anyways, I'm gonna go look at something more interesting here. This is kind of annoying me. Okay. Oz, you were asking about viaducts in Chicago. Now Chicago is really complicated. You've got the story that they raised Chicago. In my opinion, that story is horseshit. They didn't raise Chicago. I think what they did was I think they raised the roads, not the buildings, and viaduct the city, and then came up with the narrative that they raised the buildings, because that's kind of like a cool thing to tell people. Look right there. Look how deep that goes right there. And that's interesting. I mean, I don't know how that building is or nothing. That's the Hilton downtown Chicago. I like looking at construction sites because they screw up. They show you things they shouldn't. I don't know if they're going to yeah, they're not going to let me see it. Yeah, that's old. Look at that. Okay, that's not what we're looking at right now. Okay, look. The story goes that they raised it to get it above the water line of the lakes. Okay, here's the lakes. Okay, so your starting point would be here. But see how managed this is, you know, how it's all laid out and perfect. Okay, that's not where you want to look. You want to get over here in these areas. You want to look. This is a viaduct. Okay, see how it's raised up. Okay, and then it comes in. They want the whole thing. I know this image isn't real good, but this is a viaduct. Okay, everything you see in Chicago is a viaduct. Okay, everything. Now, here's the thing. If my theory is correct and Chicago is a viaduct city, okay, you should be able to go down in an old building, and you should be able to find the original doors and windows below ground level underneath the viaducts, because either A, the story that they raised Chicago is true, and there will not be anything but new foundations that were built after or when they supposedly quote unquote raised Chicago, or B, you're going to find windows and doors below there, and you're going to find a viaduct. So which is it? It's going to be one of the two, because the official story, the official narrative is that they raised it. I don't think they raised. I think they raised the streets. See how this is the ground level. Okay, down here, this is viaduct. You see how level that is? See how level that is? This sucker goes down. Now, to prove, look how level that is. Okay, to prove this, if you find, now I'm not talking about these newer buildings, I'm talking about old world buildings. That's one thing that's hard about Chicago is on the Google Earth is you hit it just wrong and it goes flying all over the place because of these buildings. It zooms out on you. There's the L, but that is a viaduct. Okay. And if you've seen my video on viaducts of Atlanta, it's the same thing. The same exact technology. They raised the streets. Okay, look at this. Look at that right there. You see that? It's a great example. Here's your new street level, your viaduct. All this is a viaduct. It's a raised platform. And look at these mud flood windows down here. Okay. These are below ground level. Now, wait a minute. I thought they raised the buildings. Does that look raised to you? Or does that look like they raised the road? Which is easier, raise a damn building or build a new road? To build, is it easier to build let's say a bridge or a platform? It's basically a bridge, but it's called a viaduct, but a viaduct is a platform, but it's basically a bridge. It's just a bridge in the middle of the street, and they just raised the street. I don't believe they raised Chicago. I believe they raised the street. See that? See how straight that is? But see how low it goes below that? That's a viaduct. See the flatness? And if you know the story, if you understand the story of Chicago, the story goes that it was all wackadoodle, and it was it went downhill back away from the lake, and the shit would run into the lake, and then the water would rise in the lake, and then the shit would run back into the city. So that means it went downhill this way. Okay, it went the downhill, they say, came this way, right? So that is a viaduct. You see all the underneath here? But you can't see this in the city. Look, pick a street. Okay, we're going to drop down here. I'm going to drop down right here. I'm going to be Mr. Okay, wow. Okay, drop me into the underground. This is under the viaduct. Okay, this is what it would look like under a viaduct. And that's another thing about these viaducts. They did the same thing in Atlanta with the subway and the new MARTA system, and the trains. They ran them under the viaducts. But this is exactly what it would look like under the viaducts. Now this area is obviously more modern because they've got traffic under here. Let me get out of this. This isn't. I didn't mean to go there, but that was cool. We went there because we learned something new. And oh boy, okay. Let me get my bearings. Woo. Okay. Okay, let me just pick a city street. Okay, I want to get down. Okay, I'm over here. Let's start back here. Let's just start here. Fine, whatever. Okay, drop me down. Let me down, little man. Okay, drop. Okay, thank you. Ooh, hello, little fella. Oh, aren't you pretty? Sorry, I get sidetracked by these buildings. Okay, look. Okay, we're gonna walk up here. And you see how flat it is? Okay. This is a viaduct, okay? And yeah, see, it's got this angle here, okay? Now, this could be, now this isn't where I'm saying the viaduct is. I don't think this is viaduct, but it could be that this is where they're trying to raise it up to the level of where the viaduct in the city, the other side of the water is, the other side of the canal. Okay, I can't remember the name of the canal. This may or may not be viaduct. I don't know. This isn't where I'm trying to talk. What I'm trying to show you. Oh, flat earth asterisks. In case you need that. I can see those in my sleep now. Okay, here's where we're getting to. Okay, here's the crossover, okay? But see, let me get right here. You look back here. You see how level, like here he is? Okay. Okay, that's possibly viaduct right there. Okay. And this is a bridge, obviously. Okay, we're going to go over the bridge. Okay. And we're going to get over here. And then we're on viaduct. Okay, everything you see here is a raised platform. This isn't ground. This is a viaduct. This is a raised, let me get back. Let me look down here. This is a raised road. All of it. Okay. Everything you see is a raised road. It's not ground. What I'm saying is, if you got down in these, I'm not talking about these new buildings because they do put the new buildings deep in the ground. Okay, so flat Earth asterisks. Told you I could see him in sleep. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying that in these new buildings. Okay, look, there's a building. Go in that building right there. Okay, the Wintrust Financial Corporation, and knock on the door and say, "Look, I want to see your motherfucking basement. I want to see it now. I'm here with the Mudflood police. Hands in the air. This is a holdup. We're gonna stick you up till you show us the evidence." Okay, this is what you got to do. I'm just saying. Phoenician Shell, Taurus Wave. There is what I'm saying. If you get in the basement and you look up into this lady's skirt right here, you know what you're gonna find? You gonna find windows and doors down there. That's what you're gonna find. That's what I think. Now you may not find actual windows and doors on a lot of these, because I think that my personal thinking is that they took the windows and doors out and used them. I think that was good stuff. I think they got them out of there. Number one, I don't think they wanted to use them. They wanted to raise them up to the higher level, but I also think they wanted to get them out of there so that people didn't find them later. And I think that's one reason they've gotten away with it as long as they have, is because so many of these windows and doors got taken out that people didn't realize. They saw these weird arches and these like, openings, but they didn't see the doors and the windows. And I think if you got, I don't know why I'm stuck. What am I in the idiot lane here? I don't know. Hold on a second. I got something for you. I'll drop right down there. You ain't gonna do nothing about that. And I think that if you get see, there's some of these. Okay, we're getting up near the park, I think. But you see, all this is raised platform. Now, if you think, oh, they can't raise the whole city platforms, no, it can't be done. Okay, then I ask you, how did they raise the whole fucking city with screw jacks? Which is easier, to raise an entire city block as the official narrative says, or would it be easier to build a bridge up here, which is a raised platform? Which is easier? Good gracious. What is that? I need one of those. What makes more logical sense? Would it be easier to build a platform, which is, a lot? Can you imagine trying to raise an entire building? I mean, the official narrative, they say they literally, they have told us, go and look into this. They tell us they raised buildings and put them on barges and floated them away. Now, you tell me how they did that. Now, yes, I've seen them do that with houses. They're saying they did this with brick Tartarian structures. Kiss my ass. It didn't happen. I mean, whoever is in charge of the horseshit narrative in Chicago, I mean, they are on top. They are top level horseshit writers. Because, I mean, you got to give credit where credit's due. I mean, a place this big, I guess you had to come up with a really good horseshit narrative. I don't know. Anyways, that's my little rant to Chicago. Are there any questions in here? Let's see. Morgan's saying, yes, indeed, they are sifted through. The hills are gone. I do believe so. Calgary was only established in 1875. If Calgary was established in 1875, it's definitely on the Mudflood list, as far as I'm concerned. Rick Henry, hey, Biggs, check out the courthouse in Spokane, Washington. Okay, we might do that. Montreux is built up like that too. That's the recipe. Oh, I thought we were saying something else. It's, raising a building. Whoa, the chat moved. Hold on. Raising a building would require some serious tools. Yeah, they say they did it with jack screws and thousands of men. It's like, come on. I mean, have you ever watched them raise a house or move a house? It ain't no joke. They do it, but they're moving houses. It's very difficult. A lot can go wrong. Let's put it that way. It is an amazing thing to watch. But yeah. Okay, let's okay, let me share the screen, and we're going to go to Spokane, Washington. Why did it not do it? All right, okay. Was I supposed to look at something in particular in Spokane? I can't remember. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Bear with me. Let me go back. Courthouse. See, I knew what's happening. Courthouse. See if we can find it. If you see a river, that's a good place to start, because a lot of times the old world was built on the rivers. So just a little tip for tap. A cool tower there. That's neat. Courthouse. Anything looking like a courthouse? Anyone? Bueller. I'll cheat. Why not? Courthouse. Where is it? Anyone? Juvenile court. That's gotta be what you talk about right there. Check out that puppy. Yeah. You a little fella, ain't you? Yeah, you just a little tiny building. Yeah, look at you, little fella. Yeah, you little tiny fella. Let me get down there, see if I can see. Oh, they're gonna have a tree. They're not even let me see it real good. You son of bitches. Dang. That's pretty though. That is real pretty. Sometimes you can get down here. I got nothing there. Hold on, let me see. Hey man, let's see when we see what we can see this way. Hold on. Sometimes you'll get lucky and you'll have like a winter shot, and the leaves won't be on the trees when you drop in. But today's not that day. Okay, let's see. Let me try another trick. There's all little tricks you can do here. Now, if you hold this sucker over here and you look for these little blue dots, they got little blue dots, and sometimes he'll drop down in a good spot. A lot of times they're crap. And I'm gonna drop him down right here, see if he can help me. He ain't gonna do it. Ain't gonna let me go. Let's see if he'll drop here. Nope, he ain't gonna do it. Let me see if he'll drop here. He might drop there. Okay. And we get another shot. That is a pretty building, though. Look at those other finials right there. Wind catcher up here. This has all been modernized. I mean, they've changed a lot of things. They are so, man, they're so good at changing things. Is there anywhere else you guys want to go? I'm gonna let's see. Let me check my chatsies. Minimize the building mover. Yep. Moving buildings that's a real trip. I remember watching a building move when I was real little. I wish I knew what that building was, because I remember seeing it going down the road, and I'm like, that thing is crazy looking, and I don't know where it went. It's like it just disappeared. So that's a weird thing there. Let me see here. I'm thinking, let's see. Let me take a quick break here a minute, and I'll be right back.
Sometimes you really don't know what I mean. Sometimes you really don't know what I need. You walk around so cold and lonely, laying in bed wondering what to do with time. You got no sense of fun until you know you won again. And yet you feel so much inside. Yeah. You wanna rip all the jewels off the idiot's backs so badly. Screaming, give me what I've always missed. Give me a good time. But if you look into your mirror, you'll see that nobody has ever ripped you off. It's all in your mind. A beauty can only ever be skin deep. But if I'm honest, that's all I ever really need. So throw some flowers and we'll give you songs and sunshine. And if you give me an hour, I'll show you how to feel. Oh. Sometimes you really, 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 really don't know what I mean. Sometimes you really, 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 really don't know what I mean. I said I got no sense of fun until I know I'm one again. And how do you think, yes, how do you think that feels? Just give me an hour, I'll show you how you feel. How you feel. Oh, baby, so so don't be unkind. It's all in my mind. It's all in my mind. It's all in my mind. So don't be unkind. It's all in my mind. It's all in my mind. It's all in my mind. So don't be unkind. It's all in my mind. It's all in my mind. So don't be unkind. So don't be unkind. It's all in my mind.
Okay. So if there's any other cities you guys want to go check into, drop them in the chat now, and we'll check them out. And I wanted to do a little rant here for a second, and just kind of let my thoughts be known on this particular subject. Some of you in the community are under the impression, or under your thoughts on how the mud flood took place are that it was a natural event. And I want to state very clearly that I do not believe that the mud flood was a natural event. I believe it was a man-made event. And I have a lot of reasons for that. But mainly it starts with that I don't believe that the creator is an asshole. And I don't believe that the creator wants to destroy our creations. I just, in my spiritual belief, don't believe that God is sitting, up in Godland and deciding that we are such fuck ups that God is going to destroy what we have built and what we have created. I believe we are here to create. That is the whole fucking point of our existence. So for God to destroy what we create goes against what I believe spiritually. That's first off. The second off is that in order to have a natural event, that means that nature would have to organize a event. And there's nothing organized about nature. Nature is chaos. Nature is chaotic. Nature doesn't use straight lines. Nature, it's curves. It's change. It's cyclical. It's yes, there are resets. There are things that happen in our universe that are cyclical. There are events. There are shifts that happen that are natural. Yes, but the mud flood event is different. It is an event that, when I trace mud, I see mud coming from different directions. I see it come from north. I see it come from south. I see it coming from east. I see it coming from west. Okay. That's not natural. Okay. A natural event would come from, it would be, look, a lot of people think that the firmament dropped the rain, okay, overhead. The thing is that what part of the firmament? Was it the entire firmament? Was it portions of the firmament? Who turned the water tap on the firmament and turned it off? How did the firmament target? Were there holes that opened up and dropped rain on the cities and towns in specific? Or, it just doesn't add up, because I get out to the countrysides and I'm not seeing the same type of damage. I'm not seeing the same strangeness in outlying areas that I see in the cities and towns. If you had, okay, if the water came from above, it would come straight down over the cities. It wouldn't. It's hard to explain, but it wouldn't be targeted, is what I'm saying. That theory just doesn't, to me, hold water. So if you're asking my opinion, or want my opinion, or give a damn, or don't want to hear it either way, I'm going to tell you, my opinion is that the mud flood was not a natural event. It was caused by man, and man being us, that we are the assholes we're looking for, that our people, our size, were trying to take out another civilization that we were jealous of, that we had a beef with. Whatever that beef was, I personally think we weren't getting our fair share. or at least we thought we weren't getting our fair share. And we devised a plan to get our fair share. And so we took them out. I don't think it was God. See, God's not an asshole. God just doesn't do stuff like that. God's love. What is God? God's love. Okay. We're fear. Okay. So we create the opposite a lot of times. Not all the time, but a lot of times we create the opposite of that. So my personal opinion is it's not a natural event. It did not come from the firmament, and it was not God, and it was a man-made event. Now, if that's a man-made event, that means that there had to be technology because, well, we can't shoot rainbows out of our ass and create rainstorms. So we had to have some sort of weapon. And I think, personally, my theory in my mind comes the closest that I've seen so far to hitting over the target. Is it correct? I don't know. That remains to be seen. But that's my opinion in a nutshell. That's my little rant on that. Alberta, Canada. Let's see. Alberta, Canada. Edmonton. Okay. Let's see if we can find Edmonton. I haven't looked a whole lot at Alberta, not Alberta, Canada in general. Okay, Edmonton. Okay. Oh, that's an interesting layout. Okay. Got your river. So you had to have water. So that's a good sign of an old world city or town when you see water. It looks kind of old worldy right there. Look at that. That's interesting. Huh. Okay, let's see what else we can find. Anywhere you see a parking lot, it's, you might want to go look into the history of that parking lot. Look up that address in history. What was there? Because there could be some interesting stuff there. I have found some very, very, very interesting buildings in that were located where parking lots are today. Parking lots are highly suspect. Why do we need all that parking? I don't know. I don't know if I'm in the right spot or not, but we're here. So I don't know. Keep your theories coming. I like hearing everybody's theories. But also, remember that I've got my ideas, and I'm gonna. Oh, that's wild. It's not that I'm always right, because I'm not always right. But I definitely, when I tell you guys something, it's not because I'm just throwing out bullshit. There's a lot to what I say. I've done a lot of research. I've been spending not just on Mudflood. Matter of fact, I've only been studying Mudflood since 2019. So, I'm still relatively very new to Mudflood. I mean, Mudflood's very new. But, I spent most of my time researching a lot of other topics. So I don't just base my research on, my Mudflood research. I add in my spirituality. I add in my conspiracy research. I add in my, quantum physics research. I add in all kinds of things to my salts. I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking at here. What is that? There's something. So, you know, I'm not just a Mudflood racer. Just because I don't talk about conspiracies doesn't mean that I don't know a shit ton about them. Hello, little fella. You thought you were going to get away from us, didn't you? Wait a minute. Yeah, look at that little fella. What'd they call this one? The Capitol? What is this? Legislature building. Okay. See, if this was in Alabama, it'd be the Capitol. What the hell am I in? How the hell did I get here? The hell? Oh, hello. Come here, little fella. Hello. I see. Portholes. That's pretty cool. There's an unscrubbed cartouche right there. I don't think I don't think I'll do a video on unscrubbed cartouche. I think that'd be a pain in the ass. That sounds like a nightmare. Scrubbed cartouche. I mean, it'd be a cool video, but I mean, finding all that information, all leaf of control, finding all that information be just really difficult. Taurus field. So they've changed this. This is an original, I don't think. That's something they've changed. I like that. That's a cool building. Let's see if there's anything else around this area that's still ain't found like the downtown-y, like old downtown. I don't care about the new downtown. That's boring. Who wants to see brutalist facading? I mean, come on. Ooh, hello. Here we go. Oh, what we got here? Let's get down, see if there's anything around this parts. Huh. It's weird. Thought this might look cool. It's not looking too good there. I don't know. Sometimes it can be tough to find the area. There's some Mudflood windows. Some telltale stuff. What you got there? Mudflood windows, trapdoors to the underground right there. Okay, 1913. I think they, you know, this is my opinion now. This is just pure speculation, but I think that there's a very strong possibility that they manipulated time. And I'm not talking about removed time like the 1,000 years. I'm talking about manipulated time. Like they bent time. They changed it somehow in around 42. When was the Philadelphia experiment? I believe that it's what my research is pointing to, is that Michelle Gibson believes this too, is that during the Philadelphia experiment that they we actually came up with this independently, that she came up with it. I can't remember. I remember I thought that at that time period there was something weird, and then I think she pointed out, yeah, that's when the Philadelphia experiment was. Like, oh, well, yeah, that makes sense. And I think that's kind of like we kind of independently came up with it in different ways. Yeah, because I kept seeing these weird anomalies that didn't make sense, based around that era, and anyways, that's where I am. Now, how do you prove that? I don't know. I just, it's like, here's the thing. If you look at it that they manipulated the history at that point in some way, the time or something, that it makes a lot more sense than if they didn't do that. So it's like you're left with logic. What's more logical? They screwed with time and left us with, look at that thing. Check that out. How far below ground level is that? That's cool. There's the old funicular, it looks like. Huh. That might still be in use. I don't know. That's weird. I'm not sure. Was there anywhere else in the thing here? Let's see. Anyone? Aaron Corbett says there's a few good places here and across the Ohio River in Marietta where all the men. Let's go to Pittsburgh, West Virginia. I think this will be the end of what we're going to do with this here. Let's see. Going to take a look at this real quick, and then I think we'll call a night. I got to get to moving on to the rest of my tomorrow. Ah, did you see that? Look at that. They removed it. Oh, man. Okay, I got an idea. Hold on. I ain't beat yet. You ain't got me. Take that, sucker. Look at that. Look at that beauty. Okay. Wow. And then they killed it. You believe that? That's pretty.
We can't see it, Biggs.
Oh, shoot. Well, hold on a second. Thank you, Oz. I'm pooped out, I think. Let's see. This one. Okay. All right. This is what I'm looking at. I saw this thing today. Heck, this might be the building that lady was talking about. Actually, I think it is. That's weird. This architectural lady, she's like, I know a lot about architectural terms, but she says, I have no idea what these are called. Like, I just thought that was a really interesting comment. This is on like an architectural website. And this lady's like, I'm an architect and I study architecture and I know all these different architectural terms, but this little nubbed thing right here, she had no idea what it was called. And she was asking the people on the internet, if you know what it is, let me know. Okay, what I was looking at, okay, I got this here, and there's big old parking lot. When I was talking about parking lots earlier, if you go to 2007, boom, you got a big old Tartarian building. Sorry about that. And about 2019. Okay. And go down here. Sorry about that, guys. Getting tired out. There's a lot of work on old BEAGS. Ain't no spring chicken, you know. There's your 3 doors. There's some neat stuff here. Where the heck am I? Parksburg, West Virginia. Never heard of it. I remember going through, we're coming through West Virginia one time, coming through the mountains. And I remember we counted 27 rainbows in the mountains. There's prism glass. We counted 27 rainbows coming through the mountains. And I know a guy who was coming through the same area years later. And they were coming, I don't know where they were coming from vacation somewhere. And they were riding back, and a turkey, full, big old fat butterball turkey, a real one, a live one with feathers. There's your Jackass headquarters. A turkey jumped out in front of their car on the highway and busted through the window, and his wife was asleep, and it landed in her lap. So it broke the window at 65 miles an hour and landed in her lap. Now you imagine how mad she was. Boy, she was mad. Wind catcher. I'm glad I won him that day. I know he heard that. It wasn't his fault, but he's the one that got cussed for it, I'm sure. I mean, sometimes you get cussed just because somebody got to get cussed. There's Flat Earth Asterix right there. I just always thought that was funny. Phoenician wave. Oh. So, yeah. Yeah, some pretty ones here. This is a nice little town. I like it. Check that out. Mudflood windows. Oh, that's pretty. What? Wow, wow, wow. What in the world? I don't even know. Some of this stuff is so crazy. Thought I saw something, but I didn't. Wow. So cool. Well, I think we're gonna close up here and go get some rest. I think man, you could spend a while in this place, but I think that was a neat little look there. But I sure appreciate all of you hanging out tonight, and I hope I shared some things with you that sparks your imagination and helps you with your research. And I will be back as soon as possible. This is BEAGS out.
Watch the mystery wrapped in a riddle. It's not an enigma. Don't you get it?
Say woof again! Say woof again!
I've got one that can see.
Welcome to the underground.
This is my kung fu, and it is strong.
See you later.